Dober dan vsem skupaj, hvala, ker ste prišli, spoštovani gostje, dragi kolegi, lepo pozdravljeni. Današnjo debato skupaj z Društvom novinarjem organizira tudi predstavništvo Evropske komisije v Sloveniji. To bo ena kar precej pomembna debata za naš novinarski ceh. Torej, zakaj moramo zaščititi žvižgače? Zdaj se lahko seveda sprašujemo, kateri žvižgač je najbolj zamajal svet. Bržkone tukaj ne bo enoznačnega odgovora. Lahko naštejemo morda Edwarda Snowdena, globoko grlo Mikea Felta ali pa Chelsea Manning. Morda s tem sklenimo debato. S tem sem pa začela pravzaprav z enega razloga in sicer iz dogodka izpred parih dni, ker če omenjam Chelsea Manning, potem nekako ne moremo mimo zadnje novice, torej ustanovitelja Wikileaksa Juliana Assangea, ko mu je pravzaprav britansko vrhovno sodišče odreklo možnost pritožbe za izročitev ZDA. Da vse skupaj spomnim, Washington mu želi soditi glede 500,000 dokumentov, tajnih dokumentov, ki jih je objavil v zvezi z vojno v Iraku in v Afganistanu. Seveda v primeru same obsodbe bi potem lahko Assange obtičal za zapahi do konca življenja in verjetno se lahko samo sprašujemo vsi skupaj, kaj bi to pomenilo za preiskovalno novinarstvo, za svobodo medijev. Najbrž si tega nihče ne želi in upamo, da se to ne bo zgodilo. Sigurno pa na kakovostno preiskovalno novinarstvo zelo vplivajo in ga kreirajo žvižgači in o tem bomo danes precej govorili. Sama zaščita žvižgačev je razpršena po številnih zakonih, prav zares ta prave zaščite ni. To naj bi se zdaj spremenilo z Zakonom o zaščiti žvižgačev, ki ga v Sloveniji še vedno nimamo. Kot kaže, se bo s tem morala spoprijeti nova vlada. Je pa znano, da bi moral pravzaprav biti sprejeti že do konca leta. Vsaka država članica Evropske unije bi morala Evropsko direktivo o zaščiti žvižgačev že prenesti v zakonodajo in ta naj bi potem primerno zaščitila same žvižgače. Tudi o tem tokrat ni debati, predvsem pa me bo zanimal ta odnos novinar, žvižgač, kaj žvižgaštvo dejansko pomeni za naš ceh. In seveda izkušnje iz prve roke, te pa imamo novinarji tako ali tako najraje. Zato naš prvi gost, gospod Ivan Janko Cafuta, lepo pozdravljeni. Vašo zgodbo, ko ste opozarjali na nepravilnosti na Centru za socialno delo Ljubljana, dobro poznamo. Vi ste opozarjali, pisali pisma, eno izmed izhodiščnih tez, ki ste jih zapisali v pismu, je bilo: vse pogosteje dobivam občutek, da nam CSD razpada. Zgodilo se pravzaprav ni nič, dobili pa ste tudi sodbo delovnega sodišča in vmes doživljali marsikaj. Nam lahko pravzaprav razložite, kaj ste doživljali od tega samega mobinga naprej?
Lepo pozdravljeni. Jaz se zahvaljujem za to povabilo. Večkrat imam treme, ni tako enostavno začeti govoriti o sebi, tako nekako javno. Zdaj, jaz sem zaposlen na Centru za socialno delo že leta dolgo in dinamika zadnjih let mi se je zdela problematična. Zato sem se začel nekako s tem ukvarjati v smislu opozarjanja, pisanja člankov. Tudi sem šel v svet zavoda, tudi izvoljen za predsednika sveta zavoda, bil aktiven, bi rekel, zato, da sedanje vodstvo ne bi bilo takšno, kot je, ker smo imeli izbiro drugega kandidata. Potem seveda se pa zgodi reakcija. Najprej je bilo predlog za odpustitev iz delovnega razmerja, naslednje je bilo ukinitev programa za mlade, ki sem ga delal 20 let skupaj z legendarnim profesorjem Stritihom. Na koncu je sledilo tudi, bi rekel, en manever nezakonitega odpoklica iz sveta zavoda, sodišče me vrnilo in v tistem mestnem času seveda pa serija enih neprijetnih razgovorov za kadrovsko službo, z vodjo enote, iskanje napak, ki jih niso in niso mogli najti, ampak iskanje je bilo neumorno. Tako da precej zoprna zadeva.
Se pravi, poskusi diskreditacij vaš čas. To je pač ta klasični manever, ki ste ga tudi občutili na lastni koži. Pa vendarle, recimo, vi ste potem februarja, ko vam je dalo prav tudi delovno sodišče, poiskali mesto tudi v medijih. Predtem pa medijev, tako da bi se obrnili na določenega novinarja, niste poiskali. Vi ste sami pisali članke in jih objavljali v medijih. Zakaj? Ali niste prepoznali kredibilnega novinarja, ki bi mu lahko zaupali, ali kaj vas je zadrževalo?
Ne, jaz novinarstvo zelo zaupam. Tako kot smo ljudje različni, so tudi novinarji, ampak načeloma mislim, da je to zelo pomembno poslanstvo, ki ga imate. Tako da ni pa tako enostavno, kar pride do novinarja. Zdaj, ko si ti v neki situaciji, kjer se maksimalno angažiraš v nekem projektu, rečemo, izpostaviš se, ti to, bi rekel, pobere veliko energije, časa in druge stvari ti nekako ne sfolgaš. Če bi imel nekoga oziroma ki bi mi tukaj pomagal, bi zagotovo se že prej obrnil na novinarje. Res pa, da sem pisal sam članke. Tako da to je tudi resno. Tako da članki so bili dobro sprejeti v strokovni javnosti, nekaj tudi laične. Tako da...
No, s tem ste potrdili, da novinarji nismo prva izbira za žvižgače, vedno po navadi je tako, da iščete druge poti.
Mogoče bi bili ena prvih izbir, če bi človek, bi rekel, videl ta korak, ki ga ne naredi. Ni tako enostavno iti kar v eno novinarsko hišo. Tako da misel iti do novinarja je seveda ena prvih misli.
A to pa je?
Ja, to zagotovo vse zase lahko rečem, ampak ti koraki pa niso več tako enostavni, so pa že malo uganka.
Je pa pot trajala malce dlje. Morda se bomo zdaj zdramili, nekateri kolegi so že dobro pisali in obširno o tem. Anuška Delić, naša kolegica, preiskovalna novinarka z portala Oštro. Anuška, jaz mislim, da najprej, predno nadaljujeva debato, morava nujno razčistiti. Kaj je zdaj vir in kaj je žvižgač? Izvoli.
Priznam, kaj to dela?
Dela.
Ja, to je bila definitivno ena prvih dilem, ki se je izpostavljal na enem pogovoru pred tem intervjujem. Zato, ker je meni kot novinarki težko ločevati te stvari tako v vsakdanjem delu. Zame je pač vsakdo lahko vir, a je to žvižgač, torej nekdo, ki je znotraj neke delovne organizacije ali druge organizacije, odkril nekaj, kar je narobe, kar je v nasprotju s predpisi internimi, kakršnimi koli že. Ali pa nekdo, ki samo pač ima neko informacijo, za katero je prepričan, da mora priti ven, ker je v interesu javnosti, da pride ven. Tako da v tem smislu zelo težko ločujem med enim in drugim in pravim, da je pač zame vse vir. Seveda mislim, da je pač vprašanje pogleda. Za Sebastiana po moje je lažje ločiti eno pa drugo.
Vendarle je prav, da samo povemo nekakšno definicijo. Ponavadi so žvižgači tisti, ki prihajajo iz organizacij in opozarjajo na nepravilnosti. To je nekakšna definicija, tako da bomo vedeli za debato, pa bo gospod Petrka nas potem še dopolnil natančno in gospod Delera iz Bruslja. Vendarle pa, Anuška, če greva čisto na konkretno tvoje zgodbe, ti si zagotovo najbolj prepoznaven obraz novinarski, ko govorimo o teh mednarodnih konzorcijih, o teh papirjih, če govorimo Panama, Pandora, Paradise in tako naprej. Seveda si dregnila s temi papirji in razkriti v usera. In s tem seveda prejela tudi potem povračilna sredstva, ali kako bi temu rekla. Čemu se pravzaprav nisi mogla izogniti in s čim si se spopadala?
Pa moram reči, da čeprav so bile vse te velike preiskave po svetu, kjer sem sodelovala, seveda, ampak so bile zelo razvpite. V Sloveniji dostikrat ni bilo ustreznih informacij ali pa so bile preveč pomanjkljive ali so reči, ki jih nismo mogli potrditi in jih še danes ne moremo. Zato zame se mi zdi, da je najbolj plodna do zdaj bila pravzaprav zadnja preiskava, torej Pandorini dokumenti, ker je res bogata prav v tem delu sveta. Moram pa reči, da zaenkrat, ne vem, aj kleke iz lesa, nismo imeli kakšnih hudih še povračilnih ukrepov zaradi tistih zgodb. Mislim tudi, da jih bomo še katere mogli nadaljevati in tako. Seveda sem bila pa pač do zdaj deležna najrazličnejših pritiskov, ampak to je pač stvar poklica, nažalost.
Gotovo smo navajeni novinarji, ki bolj drezamo in preiskujemo vsega tega, ampak morda, če upišeš pismo generalnega direktorja Fursa danes, ne? Tega si pa bila deležna, ne? Gospoda Simiča vsi dobro poznamo, da je brez dlake na jeziku in tudi ti si prislužila njegovo pismo v parih stavkih.
Ja, ne, v bistvu bil članek v reviji Denar, ali kaj že. Se mislim, da nisem edina novinarka, ki se je kdaj tam pojavila in se še bo, ampak ja, napisuje ekspoze, v katerem je trdil, da, če se prav spomnim, dobim 10.000 evrov za vsako ime, ki ga ne objavim iz panamskih in rajskih dokumentov, če se ne motim obeh. Ja, potem se je to še nadaljevalo v raznih javnih pismih in tako, ampak najbolj zanimivo je pa to, da pravzaprav v trenutnem postopku zaradi razžalitve, torej slep tožbi, s katero sem v bistvu obremenjena že kar nekaj let zaradi Sergeja Racmana, je pa pač ta članek gospoda Simiča kar naenkrat prišel prav in ga je gospod Racman predložil na sodišču, sklepam, da zato, da dokaže, da sem pokvarjena. Tako da, ja, ne vem, mogoče je pa Ivan Simič žvižgač. Dobra iztočnica, ampak zdaj gremo v Bruselj, kjer pozdravljam preko Zooma gospoda Alvara de Elero. Dober dan želim, kako je kaj zdravje, upam, da bolje. Sicer pa boste verjetno potem odgovarjali, ker dobiva simultan prevod. Vi prihajate iz kabineta podpredsednice Evropske komisije Vere Jourove. Preden rečeva kakšno zelo pomembno evropsko direktivo, bi se pa kar navezala na našo kolegico Anuško in na te velike zgodbe, te škandale, torej Panama Paradise, Cambridge Analytica, na katere so upozorili žvižgači. In iz vaših izkušenj, kaj bi rekli, kakšno zaščito dejansko potrebujejo žvižgači? Jih ta direktiva dovolj ščiti? Bodo imeli primerno zaščito?
Thank you very much for the question and for having invited me. First, it's a pleasure to be here sharing this experience with the people that are directly on the ground. Coming to your question. Well, I would say that, and we have seen it now also from the experiences of the different interveners, I think that the protection that whistleblowers need is, if you want, an integral protection. And what I mean by that is that the reprisals that can be taken by those whose activities are being uncovered can take a lot of different forms. We can see that already in the directive. There's a long list of activities that are forbidden to be taken against the whistleblowers, but it's not just against them. It's against people that are close to them. It's against people that are disclosing further the information that has been first revealed by the whistleblowers. So basically, reprisals can take many forms and can be addressed at many people. And in that sense, the more protection we can give, the better. If you allow me just to say briefly that, of course, the directive was a big step forward. Before that, we didn't have anything in the union. But it doesn't cover everything, because it covers only a list of legal acts that are mentioned in the directive itself, and it covers only the breaches of union legal acts. So that means for whatever is not covered by union law, the directive will not provide any kind of protection. Of course, member states are encouraged to, when they transpose the directive into national law, they're encouraged to provide an overall protection to whistleblowers. But whether or not this is happening is a different matter. And what I can tell you already is that the deadline for transposition has passed already, and not everybody has transposed. Just a little thing on this before we go on. It is important also to keep in mind that whistleblowers are only a little part of a chain, a very important part, but just a part of a chain. Why am I saying this? Colleagues before were mentioning this as well. The whistleblower uncovers an information. This information is made public or amplified by a journalist. And then the reprisals will not take place only against the whistleblower, but will go against the journalist as well. That is why also in the Commission we are preparing currently a proposal to go against the so-called SLAP, abusive litigation against journalists, because we think that either the whole process, the whole chain of uncovering information is covered so that everybody is protected, or otherwise we will be facing difficulties. Thank you.
Morda še pod vprašanje, že uvodoma sem dejala in tudi vi, Slovenija je med tistimi, ki še ni prenesla evropske direktive, ne? Ali vi vidite to kot problem?
It certainly is a problem. It certainly is a problem. The deadline was the 17th of December of last year. I can say that Slovenia is not the only one, but it is a problem, and the Commission is looking at this in detail. And if we don't get any news from the affected governments, we will of course consider going ahead with an infringement, because there's no point in adopting as many directives as we want if member states then don't transpose this into national legislation. So the Commission is following this very closely. It considers lack of transposition to be a serious problem and will not hesitate to take action as need be.
Hvala za enkrat. Sicer pa gospod Peterka, vi prihajate iz Transparency International, kjer ste izjemno dejavni na področju zakonodaje. Vrsto pripomb imate, v drobovje poznate direktivo in predlog zakona, ki ga pripravlja Ministrstvo za pravosodje. Se vam zdi, da bo po tem predlogu, ki je pač zdaj na mizi, žvižgač dejansko dobro zaščiten, in kako vidite vi ta odnos novinar-žvižgač?
Po tem predlogu verjetno zaščita ne bo najboljša, ampak se mi zdi, da predlog, ki bo dejansko potem uveljavljen, vsaj upamo, bo bistveno drugačen od tega, ker že zdaj v pogovorih, ki smo jih imeli s Ministrstvom za pravosodje in tudi glede na komentarje, ki so jih na ministrstvu dobili, ker smo jih pridobili po Zakonu o dostopu do informacij javnega značaja, kaže, da je pripomb ogromno in da bo končno besedilo v resnici bistveno drugačno, boljše, vsaj tako si obetamo. In tudi taki signali iz ministrstva prihajajo, da obstaja neka dejanska želja in volja po neki kakovostni zakonodaji, ki bi dejansko omogočila neko to celostno zaščito, ki bi šla tudi preko določil direktive. Mi si seveda za to precej prizadevamo, poslali smo res ogromno nekih pripomb, kljub na začetku zelo kratkemu roku, ampak enostavno je to ena izmed stvari, ki jih mi vidimo kot prednostno za boj proti korupciji v Sloveniji. Žvižgači so tukaj eden izmed temeljev, brez njih enostavno ne gre, in njihova zaščita je verjetno ena izmed ključnih elementov, seveda ne edina, tako kot je sogovornik že omenil, tukaj so tudi slep tožbe in še kakšni drugi, dajmo reči, povračilni ukrepi, ampak ja, zaščita žvižgačev je absolutno ključna.
Je pa eno potem neki zakon, neki pa potem praksa, kako bomo to potem uporabljali v praksi?
Ja, to pa absolutno, to tudi poudarjamo v pogovorih z ministrstvom. Sprejet zakon je 10-20% mogoče neke končne poti, brez neke implementacije v praksi, pa ne samo v javni upravi, ampak tudi na strani podjetij, organizacij, ki bodo to morala implementirati v svoje notranje sisteme za zaščito prijaviteljev. Enostavno ne bo šlo, in tukaj bo potrebno ogromno napora in na strani ozaveščanja, na strani nadzora, na strani sankcioniranja, in brez tega nekega celotnega paketa se bojim, da bo ta zakonodaja mrtva črka na papirju.
Mogoče še na kratko, novinar, žvižgač, ta odnos?
Enostavno so žvižgači primorani nekako dostopati do novinarjev v primerih, ko notranji kanali niso učinkoviti, in to nekako je tudi duh direktive. Direktiva postavlja nek ta, dajmo reči, trostopenski sistem notranjih zunanjih kanalov javnega razkritja, kjer je jasno na nek način, da v principu direktiva ne želi, da žvižgači posežejo najprej po novinarju, ampak mislim, da v 99,9% žvižgači niti ne želijo najprej k novinarju, ampak rešiti stvari interno. In enostavno je to ena izmed spodbud za organizacije, da postavijo te učinkovite sisteme, ampak seveda, ko pa ne gre, ko se izkoristi vse poti za notranjo prijavo, za zunanjo prijavo, če so institucije neučinkovite, pa enostavno novinar preostane kot ena izmed redkih možnosti, poleg nas v nevladnem sektorju, verjetno ena izmed redkih možnosti, ki jih žvižgač sploh še ima, ne samo za prijavo suma nepravilnosti, ampak konec koncev tudi za neko samo zaščito pred povračilnimi ukrepi. Navadno se žvižgači na medijev obrnejo šele, ko res trpijo te povračilne ukrepe in vidijo novinarje kot res nek zadnji branik pred temi ukrepi.
No, to ste dali super istočnico za gospoda Cafuto. Vi ste najbrž dolgo oklevali, predno ste spregovorili. A bi se kaj takšnega lahko privoščili recimo pred 15 leti?
Zdaj, ne vem, če sem okleval.
A niste? Verjetno ste pa dobro razmislili.
Res pa je, da v bistvu, ko si star že malo več let, nimaš kredita, nimaš otrok, ki jih preživljaš, imaš neko socialno mrežo, imaš nek pogled v področje, seveda se laže izpostaviš, kot ko si star 20, 30, 40. Tako da to zagotovo.
Pa ste se recimo zavedali vmes, kaj vas lahko doleti?
Seveda. Ja,
ste preigrali scenarije?
Če pa tega ne veš, pa ne boš dolgo govoril stvari, ki si začel govoriti. Tako da ja, tudi je fajn, seveda absolutno je fajn, da imaš nek krog ljudi, s katerimi podeliš stvari, tudi ne veš, vse konec koncev. Človek naredi neko oceno, lahko se zmoti. Tako da je fajn tudi samega sebe preverjati. Zelo pomembno imeti krog ljudi, s katerimi nekako pridiskutiraš in tudi prideš do nekih zaključkov, ki niso več samo, ki niso osebni zaključki, ampak so nekako malo bolj širši.
Ampak recimo, ko sva se pogovarjala, ste rekli, sistem temelje, meljate tako dolgo, da te zlomi, da to pripovedujejo tudi ljudje, ki so se obračali na vas. Kakšno, se upravičujem pod vprašanje, kakšno zaščito danes, ko veste, bi vi potrebovali? Eno je gotovo pravna, pa krog ljudi, vi ste po izobrazbi tudi psihoterapevt, poznate ta del, da človek to sploh lahko zdrži. Malo nam pripovedujte o teh izkušnjah.
Jaz mislim, da človek naredi že najprej oceno, bo nekaj zdržal ali ne bo. Če naredi oceno, da ne bo, potem se ne izpostavi. Tako da to na nek način, ta odločitev se zgodi prej. Tako da seveda potem so pritiski, ampak hkrati moraš povedati, da tudi ti ustvariš pritisk na druge. Tako da v tej igri moraš vedeti, da ti tudi ustvarjaš nekomu nekaj, kar je za njega neugodno. Jaz mislim, da imam jaz prav, mogoče tudi on na drugi strani misli, da ima prav, ampak tako da to moraš kalkulirati, ko se odločiš.
Ampak kakšna zaščita bi vam pa danes recimo prav prišla oziroma tekom opozarjanj?
Jaz mislim, da bi rekel nek support okrog pravnih zadev. To zagotovo. Jaz sem šel v tožbo, ampak se pravim, če bi jaz imel kredit pa 4 lačna usta doma in si ne bi mogel privoščiti tvega 3 ure pa pol, 4, 5. Tožba je stala, na srečo se mi je dubo.
Pa garancija ne seveda.
Tako da tukaj zagotovo bi prav prišlo nek support, da se ta tveganje, pravzaprav še to dodatno tveganje ne obesijo še na človeka, ko se itak izpostavil. Pol zagotovo support pri tem, kako aktivirati inšpekcijske službe, kako aktivirati kakšne organe pregona. Tukaj mislim, da ko pride en človek tja na neko, kaj povem, na enim financerjem mislim, da ne pride mogoče niti prav daleč. Ne? Če bi od zadaj bila neka strokovna ekipa, ki bi suportirala v bistvu ta korak, bi bil lahko izhod boljši. No? Zdaj, kar se tiče to, kar sem že rekel, ne? Stika z mediji, jaz mislim, da pač novinarji ste pač zelo pomembni, da bi rekel, izvajate nadzor zoper samovoljo oblasti. Ne? In tukaj je izjemno pomembna funkcija. Ne? Vi na nek način potencialno aktivirate javnost, ne? Ki lahko limitira določene vedenje, ki se izogne, bi rekel, formalnim institucijam nadzora, kot so tudi svet zavoda, organ upravljanja in drugi. Ne?
No, tukaj bom, Anuška, tebe vključila, ne? Ker gotovo smo novinari tisti, ki potem znamo stvari obdelati, raziskati, poznamo orodja, vemo, kako pritisniti na odločevalce. Morda še potem pod vprašanje, si ti kdaj naletela potem na te etične, moralne dileme, ko si obdelovala take zgodbe?
Ne vem, mislim, kakšno točno misliš?
Vem, a veš, ko se ti nek vir, recimo imaš stik z virom, žvižgačem, pa ga nekdo odstrani, recimo sama imam že take izkušnje, ki sem delala, ne vem, če poznate Aleksandra Jereba, človeka brez obraza, so mi odstranili vire, žvižgače praktično čez noč in sem se sama osebno borila s to moralno paradigmo.
Zdaj razumem. Ja, mislim, seveda, dostakrat sem bila že v stiku z občutljivimi, ponovadi sem to glasna, z občutljivimi viri, sogovorniki, kakorkoli že, žvižgači. Jaz mislim, da je, zame, no, pa moram reči, da tudi na Oštru gojimo to isto kulturo, nekako odnosov z viri, da pač smo zelo pozorni na to, kdo je ta oseba, a ima izkušnje, torej stikov z mediji, z novinarji odprej, a ve, torej v kaj se spušča ali ne ve. In tudi to, da smo dolžni pravzaprav svetovati na nek način tem osebam, zdaj ali glede tega, ne vem, a naj se javno izpostavijo z imenom in priimkom, ali pa recimo, ne vem, kako na anonimen način posredovati novinarju nekaj, zato da ne bo za tem ostala sled, zato da pač se omeji morebitna škoda ali pa seveda razkrite identifikacija tega vira. Tako da mislim, da je ful pomemben konstruktiven odnos novinarja v teh odnosih in da se mora odpovedati pač enostavno temu, da sledi zgolj temu, kar hoče, rabi za zgodbo. Seveda je to cilj, a ne bomo se delali, kako ne rečem temu, da ne bom zaklela. Ne, ja, ampak pač, ja, da pač vsakič razumemo, da je na drugi strani nek človek z neko zgodovino in da se pač tudi na drugi strani, da se tudi seveda dobro pozanimamo o tem, kakšne motive ima ta oseba ali pa organizacija, kdorkoli že pač razkriva nekaj. Pač še posebej v Sloveniji se zelo dobro in dostikrat vidi, da informacije pridejo na plano, torej taktično. In tega seveda se moramo novinarji vsak dan zavedati, pač pri vseh sogovornikih, no, tako.
In tudi graditi zaupanje, ne? Dvosmerno seveda, ne?
Ja, mislim, da to je ključno, ne? Na koncu se to potem prevede tudi na publiko in seveda gradi, oziroma ponovno upam, gradi neko zaupanje med novinarji in javnostjo, ker smo ga že praktično izgubili.
Gospod Delera, se upravičujem, ste že prej malce omenili tudi novinarje, ne, v zvezi s to direktivo in potem nacionalnimi zakonodajami, pa vendarle ne. Kaj se vam zdi, da bo pravzaprav to prineslo samim novinarjem? Kaj bomo mi dejansko s tem pridobili? Bomo kaj najbrž ne?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think you can hear me now. Well, If I may, I think beyond the benefits that journalists themselves can get from the legislation, I think this needs to be looked at from a rather holistic perspective. What I mean by that is that, of course, the initiative and the objective of the initiative is to benefit the society at large, and not a specific actor, no matter how important that actor can be. What I mean by that is that, of course, when this kind of information is uncovered, is something that benefits society and the democratic system at large. And this is the reason why, and this is something I forgot to mention before, we are looking at the whistleblowing developments in all the member states, also in the context of the annual rule of law report that the Commission makes. So there's always mention to what are the developments in whistleblowing in the 27 member states. And the reason for this is that whistleblowing and the uncovering of these illegal activities, be it by private or public actors, is something that benefits the society at large, because it's one of the, if you want, checks and balances to which they are subject. Now, however, coming to the question, how could journalists benefit from this legislation? I think journalists could benefit from the fact that potential sources are going to feel more protected when they are thinking about whether or not they want to disclose the information they have. It was mentioned before, and it is true, that the system established by this directive is, if you want, a three-step system. First, you have the internal channels within every organization, be it public or private. Then you have the external channels, mainly that could be normally a whistleblowing authority. And then, as a third step, you have public disclosure, which is when journalists would kick in normally. Just to say that, in principle, it is true that these three steps should be taken one after the other, but the directive itself already recognizes the possibility to go directly to the third step. This is public disclosure, meaning normally through the intervention of journalists, in case there's a public interest at stake that could be damaged otherwise, or in case the person, the whistleblower, thinks that going through the other two channels could result in harmful activities against him or herself. So this is the... Thank you.
Hvala lepa in dobra istočnica za gospoda Pezerko. Na vaši spletni strani sem prebrala in zasledila tale zapis. V Sloveniji se le četrtina ljudi strinja s trditvijo, da je družbeno sprejemljivo prijaviti primer korupcije. Glavni razlog za to pa, da ljudje ne prijavijo korupcije, je strah pred posledicami. Ne? Vi na Transparency International ste že dolga leta nazaj vzpostavili ta varni kanal za dvosmerno komunikacijo, kjer zaščitite vir. Koliko imate pravzaprav prijav teh žvižgačev, pa vendarle niso vsi žvižgači, to je tudi prav, da poveva, ne? In kakšni primeri so to?
Ja, mi se v bistvu z zaščito prijaviteljev ukvarjamo bolj podrobno leta 2014, ko smo vzpostavili center Spregovori, prek katerega nudimo brezplačno pravno pomoč prijaviteljev sumov korupcije in drugih neetičnih ravnanj. Ja, v lanskem letu smo tudi center nadgradili z nekim orodjem, ki omogoča dvosmerno komunikacijo in hkrati anonimnost prijaviteljem, se pravi, pač poskušamo neprenehoma nadgrajevati naša orodja, ki jih uporabljamo, in s tem presegati ta strah, ki ga ljudje imajo. Ne. Treba je vedeti, da ta strah pred povračilnimi ukrepi oziroma ta stopnja strahu je ena izmed najvišjih v Evropski uniji, ne. Kar pomeni, da očitno kot družba ne nudimo neke dovolj učinkovite zaščite, hkrati pa ta strah vzbujajo tudi nekateri javno razkriti primeri, kjer so žvižgači bili absolutno šikanirani, izgubili službo in tako naprej. Kakšni so zdaj te primeri? Mi smo od leta 2014 obravnavali nekih več kot 400 primerov, zdaj nekako po nekem začetnem boomu se ta številka zdaj nekje ustalila med 25 in 35 primerov na leto. Primeri so pa zelo različni, od resnih primerov škodovanja javnih sredstev, prirejanja razpisov, šikaniranja na delovnem mestu, pa do čist običajnih medsosedskih, družinskih sporov in Velikokrat se na nas ljudje obrnejo že potem, ko so se obrnili na vse možne naslove. No? In to je, mislim, da tudi ena izmed takih zelo močnih not, ki jih zaznamo. Hkrati pa ljudje v bistvu zelo malkrat res vejo, kakšne so njihove pravice. Ne? Že zelo osnovna stvar, recimo dostop do informacij javnega značaja, kar je zelo ustaljen institut v slovenskem pravnem redu, nas preseneča, da v principu, mislim, da približno tretjina primerov, ki jih mi zdaj dobivamo, obsega v bistvu dostop do informacij javnega značaja, ker enostavno ljudje ne vejo, da to obstaja, ali pa se ne znajo spopadati z zavrnitvijo recimo organov, ki je dostikrat pogosta in pogosto tudi neupravičena. Se pravi, kako je ta pritožbeni postopek in tako naprej. Tako da to so tako neki najbolj taki trendi, ne? Od res zelo pestre palete primerov pa do tega, da res ljudje ne poznajo nekih lastnih pravic, kar pripisujemo res tudi tej neki neaktivnosti implementacije zakonodaje v praksi, o čemer smo se prej pogovarjali.
Hkrati pa te vaše številke in te prijave kažejo tudi na to, da nevladniki uživate precejšnje zaupanje, ne? Ker očitno jih ne pustite na cedilu, če jih tudi usmerjate, zbanaliziram, tudi pri medsosedskih sporih. Ne? Tukaj spet ena posebna zgodba Slovencev, pa vendarle ne, lahko bi zamahnili z roko, pa bi rekli, ne, to ni naša stvar, ali pa da enega nas usmerimo, ne, kar novinarji delamo na dnevni bazi. Ampak to zaupanje vendarle ne, na precej visoki ravni. Ne?
Ja, predvsem v primerjavi z institucijami, ne, ki so pa v Sloveniji zelo na nizkem nivoju, kar se zaupanja tiče, ne, predvsem institucije, ki so povezane s politiko na tak ali drugačen način. In ja, jaz sem ravno pred dnevi preveril neke številke okrog tega. Ja, v globalnem barometru korupcije za Slovenijo mislim, da 13% ljudi vprašanih meni, da so nevladne organizacije skorumpirane, kar je pa drugi najnižji odstotek od vseh institucij, ki so bile zajete v meritvi. No, tako da ja, zaupanje zagotovo je, ampak enostavno je to posledica tega, da res poskušamo na vse možne načine pomagati, pa ja, verjetno tudi tega, da res pridejo ljudje, ki so res preizkusili vse ostalo, pa enostavno ni šlo. Ne?
Vi zadnja možnost. Anuška, vi na Oštro imate tudi varni kanal že nekaj let. Lahko pravzaprav poveš, kakšna je razlika, preden ste ga vzpostavili pred in po kanalu, recimo?
Ja, pa ni take razlike še bilo, ker še nismo niti imeli dosti priložnosti, da bi uveljavili to, kar bi želeli. Nekaj smo seveda informacije tam dobili, da kakšno zgodbo na podlagi tega naredili. Ampak nažalost je trenutno žvižgač v dolgotrajnejšem remontu iz objektivnih razlogov in mi je ful žal, da je tako, ampak torej ne morem jaz, tudi če se na glavo postavim, tega rešiti, tako da trenutno ne deluje žal, čeprav je ravno zdaj ta čas, ki bi mogel delati, a ne. Vsekakor pa mislim, da je ne samo taka rešitev, ki je v bistvu tehnološko malo bolj zahtevna, so to druge, manj zahtevne rešitve, pri katerih lahko novinarji zagotavljamo virom, žvižgačem, komorkoli že, pač, ki se hoče obrniti na nas, bolj ali manj zanesljivo anonimnost. Ne vem pa, koliko je o tem znanja v novinarskem cehu, mislim, da bi ga moglo biti več.
No, saj ravno to super iztočnica za naslednje vprašanje. Ali novinarji znamo varno komunicirati? Ne? Glede na to, kljub temu, da nas večina nima teh varnih kanalov vzpostavljenih, ne, pa s to tehnologijo obstajajo marsikatere varovalke. Morda, če čisto iz vaše izkušnje izhajaš in nam opišeš, kako pravzaprav imate vi vse kodirano.
Ja, ne, čisto vsega ne morem povedati.
No, kakšno malenkost.
Hecam se. Ja. Mi poskušamo delovati po načelu, kako že je bilo včasih, nič nas ne sme presenetiti. Torej, in smo pač poskušamo biti pripravljeni na to, če bi se kdaj kdo hotel igrati z našimi podatki. To je bilo malo čudno.
Žvižgači.
Moram pa reči, res ne moram soditi o tem, kako so zares s kakšnimi empiričnimi podatki podkrepiti tega, kako so novinarji v Sloveniji usposobljeni za varno delo in ne samo komuniciranje. Ampak po mojem občutku niso, mislim, bi lahko bili bolj, no, tako. Zdaj, ja, mi pa pač smo malo s tem obsedeni tudi, ne samo zaradi lastne, torej varnosti in varnosti našega dela, ampak tudi zato, ker dostikrat sodelujemo z novinarji, ki so veliko bolj ogroženi kot mi, na projektih, ki so veliko bolj občutljivi kot najbolj občutljiva zgodba v Sloveniji. In pač smo tudi dolžni biti odgovorni do kolegov, ne samo do sebe in do svojega dela, zato pač je enostavno najlažje, da imamo na dnevni ravni v bistvu dost rigorozna pravila, ker ta pač, čeprav so nadležna in naporna in trajajo, pač omogočijo neko osnovno varnostno higieno, ki mislim, da je danes potrebna v čisto vsakem mediju.
Pa ne komunicirati po navadnih linijah, ne, recimo izhodiščno vprašanje, recimo na svet. Ker si ravno omenila, ne, da komunicirate z novinarji, ki so lahko zelo izpostavljeni nevarnosti. Mi bomo v 24 ur Fokusu čez kakšne 2 tedna prikazali zgodbo azerbajdžanske novinarke, ki dela praktično na pol Hadidži, ne, na pol podzemlju. Zgodba je pretresljiva, kolegica Hadidža govori neverjetno pretresljivo, bila je tudi v zaporu, posegli so v njeno intimo in to so pravzaprav res zgodbe, ki jih v Sloveniji na srečo ne poznamo še in upam, da jih tudi ne bomo, ne. Vsaj na ven, gospod Peterka, skomignili ste z rameni, zakaj?
Je zato, ker previdnost nikoli ni odveč, ne. Mislim, načeloma bi si želeli preprečiti takšne dogodke, ne, ampak se smo imeli tudi v Evropski uniji že kakšne umore novinarjev.
Absolutno ne podcenjujem tega, ne, da ne bo pomote, ampak za slovenski prostor pravim, da na srečo še nismo tam in upam, da nikoli ne bomo. Mogoče, gospode Lera, bi nam lahko postregli s kakšnimi izkušnjami držav, ki so pa vendarle implementirale že to zakonodajo oziroma prenesle Evropsko direktivo o zaščiti žvižgačev v nacionalne zakonodaje?
Yes, thank you for the question. I can give you a couple of examples, yes, indeed. As I was saying before, we are looking at this in the context of a rule of law report, so we are looking closely at developments in the different member states. From last year, for instance, there are 2 member states that I think are worth mentioning. In Slovakia, for instance, the Office for the Protection of Whistleblowers became operational. It was created as an independent authority from any other department of the government, and the mandate focuses on the breaches of law and, on the other hand, the protection against retaliatory measures undertaken by the notified entity. Further than that, and this is something that was mentioned here as well, the role of the office is to provide advice, training and guidance, as well as public awareness raising on whistleblowing, including more generally on corruption cases. It has made in a way that it will provide a report to the Parliament every year, and it covers both the public and private sector. Now, as you say, as I was saying in the beginning, and as you can see, this is not only what has happened in Slovakia. Is not just, if you want, a pure transposition of what is in the directive. It goes a bit beyond, and that is the idea. Now, the idea when we adopted the directive was to give a bare minimum for member states to transpose. But what we encourage is that member states go beyond that. A second example I can give you is in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, there was already a whistleblower authority. They had legislation in place, but after the adoption of the directive, they undertook an independent evaluation of the legislation, the Whistleblowers Authority Act. What will happen is that the legislation will be amended. Again, this is not necessarily just a transposition of the directive, but it came in the context of the approval of the directive. So the authority will be then expected to provide advice and conduct independent investigations following the change in legislation in the Netherlands. So we can see already that there are developments in the member states, but we of course expect that there will be many more, because something to be kept in mind. There are many member states, Slovenia included, but there are others that do not have any legislation at all when it comes to whistleblowing. So for them, it's going to be a huge step forward to come with this legislation. And we expect this to happen very soon. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, gospod Peterka, ampak vendarle pa tudi novinarji ne smemo pozabiti na par ključnih stvari, česa se moramo držati, ko komuniciramo z žvižgači, od tajnih podatkov naprej. Pa na kratko, ker nas čas preganja. Vprašanj imam pa tako še 3 liste.
Ne, pa nisem vzdihnil zaradi dolžine, ampak mogoče zaradi tega, ker si ne bi upal novinarjem diktirati, kako upravljati svoje delo.
Ne gre za to, ampak vendarle recimo po predlogu zakona lahko nam pa svetuješ, da ne bomo čez 1 leto tukaj sedeli, česa se ne držimo.
Ja, stališče žvižgača je zagotovo primarno potrebno gledati na varnost osebe, ker je to res ponavadi oseba v zelo ranljivem položaju. Eden izmed, dajmo reči, ukrepov, ki jih predvideva direktiva, je tudi ta, ali pa jih mogoče priporoča direktiva, no niti ne toliko nalaga, ta psihosocialna pomoč. In to z razlogom, zato ker so ljudje, ki se znajdejo v tej situaciji pod izjemnim pritiskom, šikanirani, mobbing, izguba zaposlitve, pritisk na družino, v nekaterih primerih jasno tudi fizične grožnje. In jasno, naše vodilo pri našem delu in zagotovo tudi pri novinarjih je ne poslabšati tega stanja še z dodatnim ogroženjem. Jaz mislim, da je to res prva in ključna stvar. Potem pa enostavno pridete z zgodbi do dna, kaj je srž nepravilnosti, kdo so osebe, ki so odgovorne, zahtevati in terjati to odgovornost.
In ustrajati, ne?
Tako, eden izmed, dajmo reči, ciljev direktive je, poleg zaščite oseb, jasno tudi razreševanje teh nepravilnosti, ker zaradi tega smo na koncu boljša družba. In a je to zaradi dobrega sistema za zaščito žvižgačev, dobrih notranjih kanalov za prijavo sumov nepravilnosti ali pa zaradi dobrega novinarskega dela, na koncu si želimo res vsi živeti v tej boljši družbi. Mislim, da je to pač to neko glavno vodilo.
Ja, sej novinarji, vendarle pa mediji, ker imamo to moč, znamo dati takim zgodbam pospešek. Gospod Zafuta, se vam zdi, da zdaj, ko ste se vendarle tako izpostavili z imenom, priimkom, z natančno zgodbo, šli čez vso to kalvarijo, ki se vam dogaja, pa verjetno še ni zaključena, upate na to, da se bodo razmere spremenile na CSD-ju v Ljubljani?
Ja, kako je upanje zadnje in tako.
To gotovo, ampak glede na razmere, glede na vodstvo in tako naprej.
Glede na, na neki točki postane tek na srednje, pa že na dolge proge. Tako da na nek način se vpleteš v to zgodbo in pol izstopiš šele, ko je konec. A si prišel do cilja kot zmagovalec ali pa poraženec. Tukaj so neke možnosti, da se doseže nek ugoden rezultat, ne odstopiš. To najbrž si takšen človek, če si se pognal v takšno zadevo.
Ste pripravljeni ustrajati? Ne boste se zdaj na sredini ustavili, gotovo, ne?
V bistvu ne. Cilj je pač smiseln, se si ga postaviš po nekih razmislekih, ocenah. Tako da
Imate somišljenike, so se vam zdaj pridružili, vam prikimajo, vam bodo pomagali, da se razmere začnejo urejati. Center za socialno delo je izjemno pomembna institucija. Vsi trčimo slej ko prej o kakršnikoli situaciji.
Ja, Center za socialno delo, mislim, da je Ljubljana v težavah.
Že dolgo časa, ne?
Podatek o razpisi za delovna mesta vsako leto, na 2 delovna mesta en razpis.
To je zgovoren podatek, ne, in upam, da se bo kaj spremenilo.
Kaj to pomeni? Da veliko ljudi odide, seveda najlažje odidejo referenčni ljudje, ker jih druge sprejme. Se pravi, to je pač nekaj, kar si dober vodja ne želijo, oziroma naredi vse, da se mu to ne dogaja, da izgublja kader. Tako da nivo storitev, ki gledajte, ni enostavno govoriti, ker ti to zgleda kot pranje umazanega perila, kot da imaš ti eno familijo, kjer so zlorabe, zdaj pa en začne govoriti. To v bistvu, tudi te dileme so, kako zdaj se izpostaviti in razlagati zgodbe, če ne poveš nekaj od tega, da sploh ljudje razumeli ne bodo. Ko poveš nekaj od tega, poveš že skoraj na pol osebne zadeve. Nočeš glih na enega prizadeti, čeprav se mu lahko poveš, da se ne strinja z nečem.
Poglejte, smo že ob koncu debate, čez 5 minut vam dam besedo občinstvu, prav, da mi zaokrožimo to debato.
Jaz računam na to, da se je s pomočjo javnosti ustvaril pritisk.
In da se bodo stvari začele urejati na pravem koncu.
Tudi na odločevalce, ki so z politične sfere, niso iz stroke, ampak razumejo jezik, ki ga znajo govoriti novinarji. In to, kar se dogaja na Centru za socialno delo Ljubljana, se ne bi moglo dogajati brez tihe in ne tako tihe podpore, bi rekel, gore pri ministrstvu. Tako da, če bodo oni pripravljeni tukaj stvari spremeniti, se bodo, če ne so pa vredni, da se pove, da niso na pravem mestu.
In novinarji bomo na to zgodbo tudi upozarjali in jo spremljali naprej. Mogoče, da se pomaknemo proti koncu debate in omenimo 2 žvižgača, ki sta v slovenskem prostoru res najbolj znana in sta bila deležna številnih povračilnih ukrepov, gospod Gale in gospod Brecelj, vsem dobro poznana. Mogoče pa za oba, in Anuška in za vas, gospod Peterka, vprašanje, kje imamo Slovenci žvižgače? Vsej tako se zdi, da prav veliko jih ni taki, ki se potem izpostavijo. Lahko recimo povemo v kakšni sferi in zakaj jih ni veliko. Prav zaradi tega, ker ni ta zaščita še bila do zdaj zagotovljena in upamo, da bo čim prej. Čim prej, čim prej.
Kje so? Dobro vprašanje. Lahko, da imajo organizacije tako super sisteme za prijavo noter.
Ja, to vemo, da ne, žal.
Ne, mislim, tako, če pogledamo res podatke, recimo Navex Global, ki je eden izmed teh največjih ponudnikov v ZDA za varne kanale, ocenjujejo, da mislim, da je 1,4 prijave na 100 zaposlenih, kar bi glede na število delovno aktivnih, mislim, da zneslo okrog 12,000 prijav letno v Sloveniji. In ja, jaz se tudi sprašujem, kje so te prijave, ali se ostanejo res na nekih res notranjih kanalih, pa ljudje obupajo, lahko grejo na zunanje kanale, nekaj seveda jih pride v medije. Absolutno pa ta strah pred povračilnimi ukrepi tukaj obstaja. Zdaj pa delno verjetno je to pogojeno tudi s nekim sociokulturnim ozadjem ali pa nekim zgodovinskim nahrbtnikom. Vsaj za nekatere druge države vzhodnega bloka so raziskave na področju žvižgaštva pokazale, da obstaja družbeno negativen odnos do tega pojava zaradi res teh preteklih zgodovinskih dogodkov, ovajanja tajnim službam in tako naprej. Ne vem, mogoče je tudi v Sloveniji to del problema, ampak absolutno pa ja, jaz mislim, da še vedno moramo ponuditi res najboljši možen sistem, pa bomo pa videli, če bo številka kaj poskočila.
Anuška, kje?
Ja, jaz mislim, da je en razlog, zato spet nimam empiričnih podatkov, tako da upam, da me razkrinkavanje ne bo fact checkalo. Ampak se mi zdi, da je eden od razlogov mogoče tudi ta, da smo enostavno majhna družba, mala država. In mislim, da nekaj 100 ljudi obvladuje celo državo, bodimo iskreni. In zdaj, težko se je opreti temu dobro navoljenemu sistemu, ker pač prej ali slej tak žvižgač trči ob sistem. Tako da mislim, da je pač ta nek v bistvu čist strah pred izpostavljanjem v tako majhni družbi, ker je res težko ostati skrit, eden od faktorjev. In zato se mi zdi, da je toliko bolj pomembno, da v mali državi, kot je Slovenija, dobimo neko res robustno zaščito zakonsko za žvižgače, ker je pač, kot rečeno, to toliko bolj pomembno v majhnih okoljih, sem prepričana. Vseeno je večja kritična masa, ne vem, v Nemčiji, kot tukaj in je tudi težko ljudem se zdaj na tak način izpostaviti in morda celo tvegati, da bodo mogli zamenjati svoje domače okolje ali karkoli. To so zelo resne stvari. Tako da ja, jaz res navijam za veliko bolj robustnejšo zakonodajo od te, ki je bila predlagana, ki je pa pač kar neki.
Še sektor, ko sva klepetali, si ga omenila, ga boš tudi zdaj razkrila. Odkot prihaja največ žvižgačev oziroma kje misliš, da so?
Aha, ja, v javnem sektorju tak.
Ja, to pa potem lahko tukaj postiva 3 pikice, pa se ne vsak po svoje razlaga. Jaz pa predlagam, da preden vam damo besedo, sklenemo to debato z uvodnim vprašanjem, katero od žvižgačev je po vašem mnenju najbolj recimo predramil svet. Pa prosim kar gospoda Delvara, da dobi prvo besedo v sklepnem dejanju, prosim. Torej Snowden, Feld, Manning ali kdo tretji, četrti.
Well, thank you for the question, but I think I will refrain from saying that. I think they were all very important. At the end of the day, it's not about names, it's about what those names have done. And I think the contribution of every single one of them has been important to also, beyond the specific case they uncovered, it has been important to make society realize that we need this kind of figures. They are important for us and that without them, the rule of law in our countries cannot survive.
Hvala lepa, Anuška. Ja, temu še ta krug.
Kjer ga ne izberem?
Ja, lahko pa svojega poveš.
V sodobnem času sigurno bom morala reči Snowden. Sicer pa sem osebno poklicno vsekakor navezana na obdobje tako imenovanih Pentagon Papers in potem pač vse, kar se je zgodilo z Nixonom. Tako da vsi oni žvižgači so bili moji najljubši žvižgači.
Peterka?
Ne vem, težko bi se odločil.
Se boste potem na gospoda Delero navezali?
Ja, ne, jaz imam mogoče drugačen razlog, zato ker vsi te žvižgači, ki jih res najbolj poznamo in so najbolj odmevni, so v principu primer slabe prakse.
Dober twist za konec, ja.
Ampak zakaj? Mislim, to so ljudje, ki jih je sistem res pustil na cedelu. In res dobri primeri prakse so tisti, ki res nikoli ne pridejo v javnost. Človek pride do šefa, mu reče, tole ne štima, šef reče, hvala, da si povedal, bomo zrihtali, evo ti povišica, ker si nam preprečil, ne vem, škodo, kazni, izgubo ugleda in tako naprej. To se žal ne dogaja pogosto, se dogaja, ampak ne najbolj pogosto. Te primeri, ki so pa res najbolj javno izpostavljeni, kjer so mogli ljudje zbežati iz države, ali pa so bili zaprti, ali pa so životarili leta, ali pa so jih ubili. Slabo tekmovanje, to res.
Ja, ni bilo niti mišljeno kot tekmovanje. Anuška bo še dopolnila, ne boš. Gospod Safuta, še vaš izbranec, če lahko temu tako rečem.
Težko bi se opredelil, cenim vse.
Dobro, hvala lepa. Zdaj imamo pa čist kratek čas še za kakšno vprašanje, če ga ima morda kdo od kolegov v občinstvu. Ja, kolegica, izvolite.
Živijo. Jaz imam pa vprašanje za gospoda Cafuto. Sicer me zanima, koliko časa ste vi recimo razmišljali o tem in tuhtali o tem, če bi šli naprej z informacijami in kaj je bila potem nekaj, kar vas je pretehtalo, da ste se potem odločili, da morate iti naprej, a je bila nek trenutek?
Ne vem, v bistvu to sem delal postopno. No. Tako da, ko se je začela pripravljati reorganizacija, ki je bila v bistvu vdor avtoritarizma, ne, se mi je zdelo, da se bo podrlo del mojega profesionalnega sveta. Ne. Tako da takrat sem se začel odzivati, tudi kakšne sestanke sem sklical, kakšne strokovne, tako da smo v bistvu, tudi sam sem rabo boljše razumeti, podeliti v bistvu poglede drugih, ne, in pisati sem začel. Ne, tako da se mi zdi tako nekako samo po sebi logično.
Hvala lepa vsem gostjem, spoštovani gospode Lera, tudi vam v Bruselj, hvala lepa, ker ste sodelovali nadaljavo v naši debati in tudi vam, kolegi, ker ste prišli na našo debato. Mislim, da je bila zelo pomembna, da smo marsikaj povedali, zdaj moramo to sami implementirati in se tega držati. Mogoče pa samo končam z enim stavkom, ki sem se ga sposodila iz prispevka od kolege Miha Drozga, mantra žvižgačev. Molk ni bil in nikoli ne bo opcija. Tako da, hvala lepa vsem, pa lepo se majte do naslednjič.
Okay. Yeah, this is how it goes. I am a print journalist, so this is... Okay, I will start. Great.
Okay, welcome to everyone on this talk about a conversation about climate reporting. So it seems like in these times and days it's a bit of a luxury to talk about that, but at the same time, if we know what's ahead of us or what's actually already happening in environment around us, it's quite a really important topic to cover, and in journalism as well as on this festival. So today I'm joined by Catherine Dunn. She's a content editor of Oxford Climate Journalism Network, and in a few minutes she's gonna tell us something about this network, and then we're gonna have a conversation with her about the climate reporting. And on my left side I have Klara Širovnik from Večer magazine. This is a Slovenian magazine, and she's a really young and engaged journalist who usually covers culture as well as social issues. She did a lot of really, really good pieces on different social issues things, and she's part of this network, so she's gonna share her experience with joining the network as well today, and about how she got and when she realized that climate reporting is an important thing, maybe in the future and even now already. So Catherine, if you are ready, if you don't mind, I'm inviting you to present us the Oxford Climate Journalism Network and what you do.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here to your lovely country and giving me an excuse to get out of my kitchen where I've spent the last 2 years reporting and writing like so many of you, I'm sure. It wasn't what we sign up to be journalists to do, but happily now there's the chance to meet people in person. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about this network, because I think it's probably the first of its kind really in the world. And then I'll take you through some little statistics that the Reuters Institute has done, because we're also a research institute. I'm not in the research team, but we have loads of research about how audiences react to climate change reporting, climate change coverage, some little things to think about, and then hopefully we will actually discuss the solutions, the three of us, once you are kind of thoroughly overwhelmed by the challenges we face. So, can I press the button now? There we go, there it is. There you have it. Okay, so this network, I'm part of a team, of course. I just joined in January, but this network was announced last year. It's funded by the European Climate Foundation, and the genesis of it comes from the deputy director, Mira Selva, who's a very senior veteran journalist who now runs our fellowship programs, and Wolfgang Blau, who was a visiting fellow at the center, but he is also the ex-president of Condé Nast International, which of course is a huge magazine publishing company. So it came out of these discussions on what climate change looks like now, some research that Wolfgang was doing, talking to climate reporters and editors around the world, and what it would look like for climate to really be integrated into newsrooms. And of course, in this network, we don't tell journalists how to do their jobs. We think they already know how to be journalists, but one of the founding ideas here is that climate change is such a huge systemic change that it's going to change everything about our lives. And this isn't something that should just be for the science reporters or the climate reporters, which of course not every newsroom has. This is something that is going to be transforming the lifestyle desk, fashion reporters, sports, economics, politics, business, of course. So that's kind of the founding idea. There's 4 parts. The kind of pointy end of the spear is this course for working journalists around the world. We admit 100 people every 6 months, so we'll have 200 journalists go through the course this year, and they're from all around the world. Klara is one, of course. And it's sort of like a university course. Every 2 weeks, we have a seminar with kind of usually a very well-known climate change expert, scientist, policymaker of some kind. We have reading groups, we have fireside chats, which, I think it was last week we talked about energy and the war in Ukraine. The week before that, we talked about elections and climate change with reporters, from Brazil and Bangladesh, all talking about how it was affecting politics in their country. We also have kind of 3 other elements to this that are part of what the Institute already does. So we have leadership programs for newsroom leaders about how they can integrate climate. We have fellowships, which we already do, but these will be kind of climate-targeted fellowships. And we have original academic research. So we're going to have a researcher joining us, because we'll see kind of from some of the research we have, at the moment we have more questions than answers. So this is to start getting some real answers about how climate journalism works at a systemic level. You can see, this is the cohort. You can see there is kind of an emphasis on newspaper reporters, but we have photojournalists, we have general assignment editors, we have graphics editors, we have people from all different parts of the world of journalism. It's not about getting the most senior person in the newsroom, it's not about getting the most experienced or the person who's been covering climate change for 20 years. It's a real mix. And that's also about the international focus. You can see, 25 members from Africa, big newsrooms, small newsrooms, another 20 from Asia. There are a lot of people from Europe in the program, but it's about having a really big mix of people who, people from the BBC and AFP, but also people who are in really small newsrooms, some of whom have been covering climate and the environment for years. This is kind of an example of, I think, our first session, I believe. It's a very kind of now famous climate scientist working on attribution science, which is kind of an emerging field. So, this is my favorite chart, because if you know journalists, this will tell a story that is very relatable, which is that everybody thinks their own coverage of climate change is okay or good, and people tend to think everybody else's coverage of climate change is bad. So this is kind of the system we're going in with. Some of these blind spots and how people tend to think they're doing a good job and everybody else is the problem. But to go into some of the kind of the challenges, I know from being a climate and an energy reporter, one of the big challenges is how much does your audience actually care? Of course, we have metrics for this, but when we're judging, should we devote resources to this? Our audience is interested. We do have data on this. I believe this is from 2020. It's kind of hard to see here. But in general, you can see across these, I think, 52 markets, in general, people do care. They think it's very or extremely serious, usually more than half of the people surveyed. And the proportion, I'm very sorry that Slovenia isn't part of this group. So we have to kind of try and fill in the gaps. But also, as we see here, the countries where people seem to care the most about climate change, Chile, Kenya, South Africa, people are really, really feeling the effects in an immediate way. And then down there at the bottom, countries like the Netherlands or Sweden, which we associate with having quite progressive climate change policies. But I think this suggests that it's really a misnomer that climate change is a question of the elite, a question of, a luxury that people can address only when they have money. Because we see from newsrooms there, we see from reporters there, that this is something really, really immediate. The question of drought, if you were a reporter in South Africa, and the question of coal and whether or not you should eliminate it is a really immediate question that reporters are covering all the time. So since we don't have Slovenia, I took some neighboring countries, plus Slovakia, my apologies. And we can see here, there's a huge range, but I think we could guess that probably at least half of the market you guys are looking at probably do think that climate change is extremely or very serious. People do care. But how much do they care is kind of a mixed bag. It's a polarizing topic. So everybody knows probably that the US is politically polarized. You'd have to tell me kind of where you think Slovenia fits on the spectrum. But we can see probably not surprisingly, the people on the left in general tend to be more concerned about climate change, and people on the right in general tend to be less concerned about climate change. So we can see that climate change is one of these like political flag points, really, that people associate with politics. We can also see that how seriously people take climate change depends country to country on how much they're sharing news. So it could be the case if you're in Chile, where the majority think it's very serious, the majority is also the people who are sharing the most. But it could be the case that you're in Sweden, where still the majority of people think it's important, but less so, where the minority is kind of the loudest group sharing that they don't think climate change is serious. And you can see in the US too, you have a real polarization. And obviously you can see too that if people tend to think that climate change is serious, they think coverage is pretty good. And if they don't think climate change is serious, they tend to think coverage is pretty bad. So these are the kind of things that we're up against. Obviously, you can see there's TV. People are tending to get climate change news from TV, and there's a huge age split, as there is in kind of every market, in terms of older people are getting their news more from TV, and younger people are getting it from alternative sources. So another thing that climate change reporters are talking about all the time is the issue of news avoidance. This research, it's a little bit old now, it's from 2017, and we can kind of guess that maybe things have changed a little bit since then with the pandemic, the highs and lows of how much people want to cover the news or how much people want to pay attention. But we think that 29% of people across all these markets regularly avoid the news. And I mean, you can see kind of a mix across loads of these countries. But the biggest reasons, maybe they will make sense to you when you think about why you haven't clicked on a climate change story recently. Makes you feel bad. You're not sure it's true. Don't think there's anything I can do about it. It leads to arguments. It disturbs my ability to concentrate, and it consumes too much of my time. So the issues that we hear about climate change coverage, not only perceptions from readers and the audience, but also from the editors who are deciding whether or not to assign these stories, that it's boring, that it's technical, and that it's depressing. Okay. And then there's the question of impartiality and neutrality, which is also the question, of if you as a journalist think that climate change is a fact and you should move on from there, what does your audience expect from you? And obviously it'll be different kind of at the outlet you're at, but we still see that audiences expect and want a certain level of neutrality and a certain level of objectivity and all sides to be presented. There's an age split here as well, that younger people tend to think there's certain things that aren't worth debating or pretending to be neutral on, and climate change tends to be one of those things. But this is something that if you ask kind of the average person, do you think each side should, and then the reader or the audience can make up for themselves, they tend to say yes. But if you question them a little bit more, then there tends to be this gray area. Okay, what about climate change? Should you have a climate change denier sitting on a stage with a climate scientist in 2022? Is that false equivalence, or is that presenting the views of different people? And finally, misinformation, which we know is an issue, but is maybe not as big of an issue as vaccine misinformation, as misinformation about politics, celebrities, that kind of thing. And that's probably a question too of, in your individual country, how common is outright climate denial, which is what people are going to kind of most actively identify as misinformation. So those are a few things that climate reporters are up against. Questions of bias versus activism, news avoidance, impartiality, and I don't know, what else? Boredom. But hopefully we can talk about the solutions and we can get into kind of what this network is here to do. So Yes.
Thank you for this great presentation. So now we know what we're gonna be talking about and trying to discover in this conversation now. But first, I would just like to invite Clara to share her thoughts on the network as a member of the network. And maybe the first question I have for you is like, as I said, you usually don't like. I'm a science journalist, so like it's expected that eventually I'm gonna write a story also, or make. I did already do some radio shows on climate change, but for you, you come from a different kind of area of journalism. And when did you realize that you will probably have to cover also climate stories, or that in your stories you're going to have a climate change angle to them?
Okay, I just want to get one thing out of the way first, so my imposter syndrome doesn't kill me in the next hour. In my newspaper, so in večer, we have lots of great science and ecological journalists. Some of them are sitting here, so I'm a little bit ashamed now because it's really a good luck, and maybe not just a good luck, but also a great recommendation letter from my editor, which got me into this program. But to answer your question, I'm following this international journalistic network. You guys probably know it. For the last 6 years, ever since I started studying journalism. And the topics that this organization highlights as important have changed dramatically in the last 2 years, I feel. First, when I started observing it, the most important topic was human conflict, then refugee flows. And now, in the last 2 years, all the opportunities you can take, for example, in co-financed projects or in some sorts of project happening around the globe, are related to climate change. So in that matter, I felt outdated and old. And I believe I'm none of those things, right? So I knew there has to be something that I can do. And in this same platform, I noticed that Reuters and Oxford are giving lessons for free, which is, of course, another great thing about it, because smaller newsrooms naturally can't afford to pay loads of money for their journalists to go someplace and educate themselves. And yes, this was not a very, this is a little bit a banal explanation of how I got into this, and not very natural. Maybe I should observe my surroundings a little bit more, but to tell the truth, yes, this was it. I wanted to have more opportunities in this sphere.
That makes sense somehow. And even like I checked your work, like latest work basically, and even now I noticed that since I guess you joined the network, you already started with some climate content and environmental content.
Yes, we've been covering climate extensively even before, but I was not that involved because I was covering different topics. So one of the main one of the main things to take from this network is that you try to integrate the lessons that you've learned into your newsrooms. And I was wondering how to do that, so I asked our editor of the Sunday supplement to give me a little corner in the Sunday magazine, and there was no problem. So we started Zemljin list, like a little ecological corner in our newspaper for the Sundays, right?
Yeah, I think that's great. one way of doing things. And I'm just going to go a step back before we go to the solutions and to actually talk about climate reporting, which is, Catherine, before you joined Oxford Climate Journalism Network, you worked as a journalist covering energy for different newspaper outlets mostly. And how did you get into reporting on energy, commodities, and also in relation to climate change?
Yeah, I think it was also, well, in a way it's similar because I also wanted more opportunities. This is why I became a business journalist. I'm Canadian. There weren't a huge amount of journalism jobs after the financial crisis. I thought it would be easier to get a journalism job if I was on a business desk, and I wasn't wrong. But I got into it originally from covering kind of agricultural commodities at the Wall Street Journal. And I found this fascinating, the way, you know, the sort of jargon that business and markets was shrouded in that made it seem complicated or confusing or intimidating for a lot of people, especially after the financial crisis, when everybody had a stake in understanding how financial systems work and how global trade works. But then from commodities, I priced oil, and this was a very kind of technical job that I wasn't really suited to, but it gave me a kind of ground-eye view of how energy and oil moves around the world. And then obviously when I went to Fortune, which is where I was recently, then it was a moment to kind of integrate covering finance, markets, covering oil, and covering climate change, which of course I cared about. And of course I wanted a chance to reconcile this cognitive dissonance that I know so many people live with, where you're covering one thing, but you want to have a chance to address this head on and feel like you're kind of doing your part, feel like you're talking about it. Yeah, and that's kind of this is an extension of that. It's a chance to look at climate change head on, talk about how newsrooms operate and structure, because of course I've been in loads of newsrooms myself and I see the limitations of your power there, depending on who your boss is or the system that you're in. And you really need, for something like climate change journalism, you really do need champions at the top. So this is kind of what I hope comes out of this a little bit.
Okay, so let's now go to the possible solutions in regard to, I don't know, I don't think we're going to find them today. I think there is a lot of questions that are unanswered, but we can try. So you mentioned in your presentation that when there are communities or people, groups of people who take climate change as a serious threat to humans and environment and the whole planet, basically, those are the people the audiences that find our content that's about climate change, and they think that the reporting is good and that there is, I don't know, I guess enough of it. Maybe I'm drawing too many connections together, but like you also said that there are people who think it's not serious, and they also say there is, I don't know, I guess they see this reporting as unimportant or not good. So how can we, because I guess the goal would be, at least for me, to also reach these communities that might now think that it's not a serious threat. So, and maybe they even actively avoid news about climate change. So how to fight this news avoidance in specific audiences?
Yeah, and I would say one thing we don't really know is the question too, is if the people who do take climate change really seriously and do care a lot, whether or not they're actually reading and consuming a lot of news on climate change. And this, I think, is where the news avoidance question comes in. And the question of, if you click that link on the IPCC report, are you going to go away depressed and sad and unable to sleep? You knew it was bad already, and now you really know it's bad, right? The question of, for people who are more skeptical or in between, I think I was saying there's some climate researchers that say if somebody is, if they don't believe in climate change, if that's their position 100%, you should move on. It's more the people where you can find ways to make this conversation feel relevant to them, make this conversation not feel like something that's happening somewhere else. I think this is the job of good journalism, is to convey the way that something is immediate, convey the way that it's something that is personal. It's also the question here too of this idea sometimes put forth obviously by some political elites that the idea of caring what happens to the environment, caring about the natural world is somehow an elitist pursuit. And of course, it is not. It's the people who are the most vulnerable already to things like food shocks who are being hit the hardest by climate change. You know, this is a question of climate justice. And I was saying some of the journalists we talk to that are in our network or that I talk to in other ways, they talk about the way that they're interacting with the people that they're reporting on. Maybe they're from that community. You know, and it may not be about talking in the language of kind of high summitry, as my boss Mira Selva puts it, where heads of state go to Glasgow and they go to COP26 and they make big speeches. This doesn't feel immediate to people. They know that their landscape is changing. They know it's harder to make a living. They know it's harder to depend on the harvest and the seasons the way it was before. This is something very immediate, but sometimes I think you have to be a little bit flexible on the language that you use in order to open up conversations in ways that feel relevant to people and not assume the worst of people too. Like I was saying, I'm from an oil region. I'm from a region where sometimes just saying the words climate change can suck the air out of the room. And it would be easy to assume coming from London that this means people don't care. But of course you are hitting something about the way people have spent their lives, their careers, what is important to them, the importance of energy. And it is also about recognizing the person in front of you and finding a way to move that conversation forward. Because if that conversation isn't moving forward, you know, it's sort of like you can be perfect or you can have the conversation. And I think as a journalist, your job is, you know, it's to convey the reality, but it's also to keep the conversation moving forward in a way that doesn't alienate or dehumanize or take away the dignity of the people that you're talking to, even if you don't agree with them. So that's something I would say. Sometimes being flexible in the language can be a powerful tool for meeting people where they are.
And I guess what your network aims towards is also to include a diverse range of journalists. So exactly not just like, I see myself sometimes as a science journalist quite away from the real life, basically. I have the luxury to just report on I don't know, some strange animal behaviors or stuff. That's, like, not lots of people can relate to that. But like, I think here it's important that we are not just, and when I do science journalism, I think like I do it for a specific audience that follows science stories and things like that. But I think with climate, we need to broaden these stories and broaden the range of journalists that do involve the climate take on the specific story. Like, let's say there is a sports reporting or something else. And I think this is like one of the big things you stand for. I mean, the
I would
network.
say that I think some of the stories people love the most are stories about animals. So you should definitely not stop doing. I feel like sometimes when we won't read a story about a human, we will definitely read a story about an animal, and the weirder they're behaving, the better. But yeah, I think we see this definitely, and we see this in the network, and in a way it is a little bit dependent on kind of the personal drive and how enterprising that reporter is themselves. But we see reporters who, Habi doesn't mind, you know, me talking about this, but, you know, we have a sports reporter in Germany, and of course he is finding ways to talk about how the Alpine Association in Germany has been very forward-thinking and very open about talking about climate change, because of course the people in the Alpine Association love to go hiking in the mountains, and they see for themselves the way the seasons are changing kind of month to month. So yeah, I think this is something, or, you know, I know fashion reporters who are talking to a huge extent about cotton, you know, and the environmental costs of fast fashion or how companies should change. I think there's a climate angle on everything, but I think we said sometimes maybe it's also not, the climate angle is not always going to be the top thing. And that's kind of okay. Sometimes it's about the story being about something else. And a few lines down, there is, you know, it's also connected to climate change. There's also this other factor going on. You know, it doesn't always have to be this extreme. But yeah, we see that across all beats, I think.
Do you have any experience like
Yeah,
with that kind
this was probably the most important realization to get from this network, because I was a little intimidated also at the beginning of the lessons, but also before I joined, because I always felt like I'm not a scientist, I'm not equipped in that matter, right? But then I started to realize that not a lot of journalists are also scientists, and not a lot of scientists are journalists, right? You are an excellent addition to our tzich here, but this is not very, it doesn't happen much. So the important thing is to be equipped at least a little bit, so you can recognize this component in all the stories you meet across the way, right? In arts, for example, we were just talking yesterday that a few weeks back there was a contemporary photographic exhibition about glaciers, right, in the Alps, Slovenian Alps. This was a great opportunity to cover arts on one hand and climate change on the other.
Yeah, I guess we have a lot of this lately, even in the popular culture, when we get songs about climate change, we get movies about climate change, or like, and so on. And there is an interesting thing that we got to when we were preparing for this conversation today that I want to mention, because I think it relates to the previous question. It's that if there is a natural disaster or something happens, then we talk about climate change like really heavily all of a sudden. And I guess this might not be the best way of doing it, especially because then you do get people to be like really like feel like they cannot do anything about it, as well as just feeling really helpless about the whole situation. And maybe how can we improve that with including the climate into really daily reporting, even if it's not about a disaster, or any other ideas, but not have it as a super technical topic and just about disasters?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because I think I was thinking about this idea that in a way with climate change, there's always something, okay, we know the IPCC is telling us code red, things are really bad, things are going to get worse, but there's always some more immediate crisis. It was the pandemic, and now it's Ukraine, of course. And then climate change will come to the fore every time we have a disaster. And yeah, there is the question too of, well, there are all kinds of ethical questions about how you cover disasters and how you interact with and talk to people who have recovered from disasters, and how you cover the aftermath of what's happening there. But I do think it also starts to get into this kind of controversial question of solutions journalism, and whether or not that works or not, and whether or not that is kind of a middle ground that helps people feel that there is progress being made, feel that there are solutions, feel that people are doing things in their communities. Sometimes climate reporters will say, you know, this is sugarcoating, it's trying to make a bad situation upbeat, it's not really how it is. But when you're confronting real questions about news avoidance, and you're trying to get people also maybe in a way aware of the facts, but a little bit desensitized to reading about climate change. So it's not every time you go, it's about a mass extinction. It's a horror click at best. This is a question. This is something that I kind of wonder whether or not we will have a bit more success with. Of course, I'm also skeptical, because I also sometimes see things that are like, this tote bag will save the planet, and I'm like, that's not what's going to happen, and you shouldn't tell people that's not true. But yeah, this is really a question. I think we're talking about like also local stories, also things that feel immediate to people, things that people in their communities are doing, ways that people in their communities are affected, not just during a disaster. We were talking about in Slovenia, the biodiversity is also, okay, it's a little bit different than just temperature rise, but it's all connected, and this is part of, you know, a big conversation that I think people are interested in having.
Yeah, I mean, it showed last year even in Slovenia because of where I want to get to now, it's basically this idea of individual versus collective responsibility when it comes to climate change. And the question is more about like who is our audience. As a journalist, we have some audience, and like whether we are talking about collective responsibility, I guess our audience are more like policymakers and politicians and that kind of area. But if we think about individual responsibility, it's just all the publics we can talk to, basically all the different communities. And I have a lot of like unanswered questions about how to deal with like when we had a pandemic now in these 2 years, it was all at the end, eventually it got in Europe and also in the States, it got to a point where everything became an individual responsibility. There was no collective responsibility to mitigate the spread, to stop or at least slower the spread of the virus. And I guess in climate change, we have a similar situation where big oil companies started with this approach to climate change even like decades ago when they introduced individuals' carbon footprint, which is still a big thing, basically, that like each individual is going to change their way of living, and that's going to improve the situation. It does a little bit, it does help, but we do need big structure policy changes. And how can we balance with this aspect? So talking to individuals, talking to individual communities, bringing these topics up, versus also showing that there is a collective responsibility from our governments or policymakers when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super good question. I think about this every time I see or indeed have written a piece that's like 5 things you can do to save the planet with like a little like, oh no, that's not really how it works. Like, it's about eliminating coal, but okay. I mean, the hard thing about climate change is it is a systemic collective effort, like, you know, to the most extreme extent that we as a civilization have ever faced. So there's no denying, and I don't think in that element it shouldn't be sugarcoated to people, that this is about systemic change. This is not really about you as an individual using a tote bag or not. At the same time, one thing I think that is worth conveying to people, and when I was a business reporter, I saw this, how people spend their money is part of a huge system. How people vote and how people spend their money is something that can influence like huge systemic change. And I think this is worth conveying to people, because the way that businesses have changed their habits, or at least had to feel like they were changing their habits, and the way that those changes have been passed all the way down the line to shipping companies and to energy companies, that is the result of changing consumer habits and consumer pressure. It's the result of pension funds and investors, but it's also the result of everyday people saying, we want more plant-based foods, we want our packaging to be recycling, we want our recycling system to work. These things, I think, do make a difference. It's always going to be a question of whether or not the difference is high enough, but I think these things do make a difference, and it's, you know, it's balancing those things about not giving, you know, one kind of simple swap out your cup as the solution, but in saying like, you do have the power to convey your consumer preferences and your voting preferences to the people who have power. And those changes, I think, they do make a difference. You could see COP26, all these executives were there. Okay, do you believe what they said? Were they sincere? That is a question you have to answer for yourself. Were they there at Paris? No, they weren't. They felt they had to be there. They felt they had to show their face. That is a big change.
Yeah, you mentioned voting in this answer, and I'm just going to go to it, because in Slovenia we have this year super election year. We start with a parliamentary election on the 24th of April, and then in the autumn we have local and presidential elections. And I think in the previous election circles, again, I'm not covering politics and general newsroom stuff, there wasn't a big stress on environment or climate change. Maybe some journalists can correct me if they think otherwise. But is there any advice on how to cover this pre-election period, how to include climate change and environmental topics into the conversation, how to press politicians to actually deal with this big topic. I mean, last year we did have this big referendum that had to deal with the water law, and it was basically about the environmental thing, and it showed that Slovenians do care about this stuff. I think this is like one of the outtakes. And now this year, I would like to see, and I think also my peers, especially maybe we're a bit younger generation, we do really care about this climate change, that this would be part of the conversation that we'd have with our politicians in this circle. I'm speaking for myself, of course, but like, how, is there any advice you could give to journalists how to approach this?
Well, I'm not a political journalist, so I'm also like, okay, have I ever covered a full election? And I would say the way you put it on the agenda is you keep asking them about it. I don't know, in Canada, every time there's a scrum, every time there's a press conference where your colleagues can see what you were asking, ask them about it. And I think this question too of not just what will be your commitment at the highest level at COP27, but also, what will you do about biodiversity? What will you do about this plant? What will you do about air pollution? All of these questions. It's a little bit like, how do we get people used to reading about climate change, and how do, they're interested. How do we start writing articles on it, and we put those articles on the front page, and we tweet those articles at a time when people will actually read them. That requires leadership, but I think when it comes to leadership, like you as a journalist, you can ask that question, and that's leadership. You were the ones who can say, I know people my age, I know they care, I know Slovenians care, we've seen the evidence, so it's my job to put this on the agenda and make sure people are having these questions answered. They may not have known how to phrase it themselves, but people do care. They care about their environment,
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I do have some more questions now. Clara, do you want to add anything to the
maybe
conversation?
I will just stray back a little bit, if you don't mind. When you were talking about collective responsibility, for example, I have one example that I would say it's a good one. We were covering overpopulation just a few months back, and in this area, it's really clear how Western countries like to push this blame to other parts of the world. For example, we are always blaming overpopulation in Africa and in India, for example, and saying this should stop. And if this stops, climate change will stop, maybe not stop, but won't progress at that speed. But the evidence doesn't speak that way, right? And what is also very problematic that Catherine mentioned to me yesterday is that some parts of the world are not covered in research enough because there's no funds, which means that when we are covering climate change, okay, we mentioned that we are not in this report, Slovenia, for example, and this seems very unfair to us, but there are some regions in Asia, mostly, and on the islands, for which we have none data at all. So this, I think it's a good topic maybe to mention.
Yeah, if I could add something there, that is something, as Clara knows, this is something we hear from these members all the time. And, from good journalists in Nigeria or Kenya or in Nepal as well, where they say, I know how to do my job. I know how to be a good journalist. I don't really need people from the West coming here telling me how to write a story. What I need is good, reliable, up-to-date climate data on the region that I am from. I don't need the data to be all of Africa or all of Southern Africa and 5 years late and done by, exclusively by Western researchers. I need somebody from this community who can speak to the drought that we are facing now. And I need data on how much the glaciers have melted, in Nepal and how it's affecting people. And this is really, maybe going into this, I thought misinformation would be one of the biggest problems, but it's really lack of information that is really hindering the ability of journalists in a lot of the world to do their jobs. And there are huge, huge gaps in climate data. And that's something I think too, as journalists, you know, it's something that's worth highlighting, that, you know, colleagues are struggling to cover this just because of a basic lack of research funding, and, you know, lack of access to data that's more readily available in European countries.
Now I lost my train of thought. No, I wanted to say something about the data and the misinformation. Yeah, do you think? I think your slide was quite interesting, because I think you said like the misinformation about vaccines was, I don't know, over 50%. Do you know how 70%, or like it was a really high number?
I think was it like 56 or something?
Yeah, something like that. But then about the climate change, it was around 20%.
Yeah.
So. This is probably completely wrong, my thesis, but like...
my thesis is probably wrong too, but I have one.
Like, I don't know. I mean, in Slovenia, I know the vaccine hesitancy was quite low before the pandemic, and then now it's just... We have completely polarized about who is vaccinated, who is not, and this topic is not a topic to debate with anyone. But like, do you think that like, because the pandemic was like on a big scale in the news every day, we heard about COVID and stuff, do you think that once or when this will happen with the climate change, the misinformation might increase?
Yeah, it's a super good question. Once it becomes about, I personally might be told to do something or have to do something that I don't want to do, or vice versa, will it become this kind of personal feeling of, I'm going to kind of look at the science or deny the science in a way that suits my ability to make my own choices rather than collective action? I think it's a good question. I also, one of the things, I don't know for sure, so I'm also just speculating. I'm wondering too if that number is, in a way, is lower because people are just thinking of misinformation as climate change exists and is caused by humans or not, which, yes, is pretty widespread in some ways and in some countries, but as we can see, the data shows that most people are concerned about it and they care. So now I think the misinformation is becoming almost maybe more sophisticated. A lot of climate researchers think this, that it is moving into new territory where it's politically incorrect in a lot of circles to be an outright climate change denier now. But the way you deal with it, what solutions will work, this is where the misinformation in some ways is becoming more subtle.
Yeah, I mean, one good case of this, I guess, it's like covering electric cars and bringing electric cars in the communities instead of thinking about how to improve public transport or like how to enable people to work more from home. I don't know, in Slovenia, at least this is the case. There was pandemic. We realized, okay, we can work from home. I know work from home, it's not great, and it has its own issues as well because of dealing with workers' rights, with not having life and work balance clearly and things like that. But at the same time, it does mitigate, or like there is less of a carbon footprint you do if you don't travel to work every day, especially in Slovenia, because people tend to live quite far away from, like, let's say, Ljubljana or some bigger cities where they work, and that's a lot of driving basically. And we talk about like, yeah, we will have electric cars, but what about like investing into better public transport schemes and things like that? So it's really a lot of gray areas that I think can really be used to share misinformation, or not really misinformation, but just like not opening debates and not really understanding what the problem is and what might be solution.
Yeah, and there's this famous book, I think, called it's called Manufacturing Doubt, I think. Naomi Oreskes, who is an academic from Harvard. And
Merchants of Doubt.
Merchants of Doubt, yeah. And it's very like landmark study in how the funding of, if it wasn't outright misinformation, it was muddying the clarity of information. And this is hard because, of course, when you're choosing, okay, should my shirt that I'm going to buy be made out of this, or should it be made out of this? The trade-offs I'm facing as a consumer, they can be difficult. The trade-offs in terms of water use, in terms of pesticides, and in terms of carbon footprint, these can be actually quite complicated decisions to make to understand the whole picture. And with some of these things, too, with energy or policy decisions that are, can legitimately be debated, but the worry is that infusion of doubt that prevents people from making conclusive decisions as policymakers or moving on with a strategy or developing a strategy. The other thing that's coming out now, of course, is, you know, wait, and now there is the, oh, it's too late. Game's over, you know, we're screwed, just give up. And that is also an interesting thing too, where a lot of climate scientists and climate communicators and climate journalists are saying, that's also not true. There is time left. It's a very narrow window, but this idea that the gig is up and you can't do anything anymore, so why even try? This is also inaccurate, and this is also an argument that sometimes you have to ask very carefully, who is pushing this argument? Who is this argument of giving up and not trying convenient for?
Yeah, a few years back, actually, I did a radio show about the psychology of climate change, and this is my last question, and then I'm going to give opportunity to others. This is that thing about how to balance between being helpless about the climate change and feeling like we can't do anything, just being numb and just give up and just say we can't do anything, this is going to happen, it's as it is, and it's a bit of like self-fulfilling prophecy at the end, versus being hopeful into some solutions, and like how to balance that as a journalist, like doing a serious climate reporting, saying that it's a climate crisis, it's not just a climate change, versus and still giving people some hope and some solutions. Do you think about that, or like do you?
Clara, do you have any?
Clara?
Clara. No, I listened. It just I got caught in the part when you said that how to say it. That you call it climate, not just climate change, but for example, we can call it climate crisis, right? It's a big question of terminology. Is this the word? Yes. Because this is what I wonder about a lot, even nowadays when everything is happening with Ukraine, which we cannot call, for example, a conflict, I feel, because it's an attack on a country, right? And I feel it's very similar to climate change in a sense that not everything is relative, right? We should call what is happening as it is, no to sugarcoat it. But yes, of course, there's a danger of feeling hopeless. I have no answer to this, I'm sorry.
I think this is a huge question, and I think it would be very hard to meet any kind of climate change scientist or anybody who thinks about this stuff often and not find that they are grappling with this every day. And you ask yourself too, of course, if you're a journalist, is it your job to tell people action on climate change is necessary? We need to move as fast as possible. What is, you know, some of these statements sound in some context like activism, right? But then also they're a fact, because the alternative is just too horrific to contemplate. And in a way, people need to understand that there is no real alternative to acting on climate change. You know, that's the grim reality. That's what you don't want to scare people with. But how do you find a way to give people hope and give people a sense of movement? I think for me, you know, there would obviously be times in my life where it's like, I said, I'm reading a story about climate change like through my hands with this horrible sense of cognitive dissonance. I'm just living my life and there's a crisis. And in a way, I think an easier thing to do it is to interact with it, is to talk about it all the time. And it's not that the facts aren't scary, but in a way, by talking about it all the time, you can take the sting out of acknowledging it. And I find the more casually you mention it, the easier this gets in a way. And then you can start to talk about, these are some of the things that are changing. The pace of renewables is really, really incredible. The pace of policy change is really incredible. When I came back from COP26, of course, friends took me aside and said, like, what's going to happen to us? What did you think? I sat there and I heard Greta Thunberg say, this was a failure, it's over. And that is one interpretation. And of course, especially for all of the countries in the world that feel climate change the closest, this was a failure because there wasn't a really strong acknowledgement of the fact that they're already so vulnerable. There wasn't a historic kind of sense of responsibility for why this has happened. But at the same time, I said, it's not that things are changing. The question is whether or not they will change fast enough. But it's not that things aren't changing. It's not that the energy system isn't transitioning. It's not that companies aren't feeling the pressure. It's not that countries aren't feeling the pressure. They are. The question is just whether or not they are feeling enough of it, and whether or not things are moving fast enough. But we have seen from the pandemic too that enormous, overwhelming change overnight almost. For better or worse, it is possible. I don't know if that's a positive message to take away from it, but maybe things that they thought that people didn't understand or wouldn't grapple with going into the pandemic. In the UK, they didn't think people would stay inside or they would lock down, but when, of course, people understood the depth of the collective challenge that we faced, actually they did. They did stay inside. They did not want to get their grandmother or their friends sick. So I think this is a challenge you're constantly grappling with. But I think I told you Christiana Figueres, who was one of the architects of the Paris Agreement. She's a really great podcast called Outrage and Optimism, and she has a book called The World, and I think it's called The World We Live In. And it starts with a very, very, very scary chapter, and then she kind of moves on and says like, okay, buck up. We have to keep going. It is a luxury that we do not have to just stop and be helpless. And it's also a luxury that maybe in the West and wealthier countries, we kind of still think we have, but we don't. So this is, this is kind of the spirit of buck up and keep going, because that's what we have to do, you know, as journalists and as people.
Okay, thank you. Does any of in the audience have any questions? Yeah?
Okay, thank you. Did you ever experience that conflict between the need for the action about climate change and the pushback with the argument that this is limiting the personal liberties of people? That it's like high on the agenda in the States, like on the right politics, that it's just like not left is conspiracy, but that the action for the climate change, against climate change, is actually the attack on the liberty of people. How do you deal with this?
Well, I haven't covered it that much, but I think it's happening, and I think actually it will continue to happen, and I think it will only get more intense. And I think also for regions that have been dependent on fossil fuels for their economies, I think this will be a very, very serious question of whether or not people feel their lifestyles are being changed, but also their livelihoods are being taken away. I don't know what the solution is to this. I don't know. It's going to be a question, I think, of how you engender kind of both a sense of urgency and a sense of collective responsibility, which is, as we know, extremely hard. But I think, yes, I think we should prepare ourselves for more of these battles and for them to be more focused on climate change and energy going forward. And I think there will be a lot of challenges in the courts going both ways. We see a lot of challenges in the courts pushing climate forward, and I think we will see a lot going the other way as well. I don't know what the solution is to covering that, but I think, yeah, it's going to get a lot worse in that sense.
Can I just add to it? Maybe, I think it's really important that we see climate change, covering climate change also as a social justice problem. In a sense of what I want to say is that when this green transition is going to happen, because it will have to happen, that we take into account that this will change people's lives, and we still need to take care of these people that will be affected the most, and these communities that will be affected the most, not just by the natural disaster, but also by the job market, and their lives will change. Basically, they might depend on the extraction of oil, and this should stop. It needs to be a green and social transition, not just a green and energy transition without including the people whose lives will change.
Yeah, I think this raises a just transition, right?
Just.
And this will be, for the region I'm from, is oil dependent, but it'll also be whole countries. You know, it will be Nigeria, and the entire, or Iraq. It'll be, you know, almost the entire national revenue of Iraq or Angola. And what will happen to these countries? What will happen to their economies? How will they transition? And also for a lot of these countries, this is, it's a question of not just the power dynamics of the personal freedoms, but it will be a question of climate justice too. Is it okay to consign an entire country kind of to poverty that is previously, you know, living standards were raised on the back of oil and gas revenue?
Do you see me? Hi. So it's not exactly a question, more like an opinion, but I would like to hear your opinion as well. It's about how to get readers' attention about the climate change topics. It's, I think, in Slovenia, it's not, I mean, people are aware of it, and but it's not exactly an issue which you will discuss with your family, with your friends, or people who are interested in it. They will read it, others won't. But there is some other trigger in Slovenia. No matter what topic it is, it's when we have changes that people are feeling in their wallets. And it's happening now. It's happening now with, first because of coronavirus epidemic, and now because of even further with war in Ukraine, with prices of the gas going up. And it's ironically, it's an opportunity to give people these topics now, because now they are feeling in their wallets. Everybody pays attention, and now it's a good opportunity to give them as many views as possible. So that's why it's important that even as Clara said, even if there are journalists that are not scientists, it's important that we get a lot of different opinions, a lot of different articles to give our readers. So what do you think about that?
Well, I would say I agree, because I'm trained as a business reporter. So, of course, I think talking about money is a great way into many other subjects, and people should use this more. And I think if you do it right, it can be a very nuanced way into this discussion. Of course, there's a lot of conflict too in these areas, and okay, that is also a good story. You know, before Russia invaded Ukraine, when there was already an energy crisis, right? Prices were already rising. There was already an inflation crisis, and some people were saying this is because of the energy transition. I myself thought it was one factor, and the bigger factor was actually the instability of the seasons, which, like every commodity, underpins the supply and demand of energy. So I personally thought that is the bigger factor here. But I do think, you know, when we were talking to the reporters today, they're saying, oh, you know, every story is about Russia and Ukraine, and my story on the IPCC wasn't published, it was forgotten, the editor wasn't interested. And from my perspective, I said, Russia and Ukraine is a huge energy story, and every energy story is a climate story. So go for it. You don't need to put climate in the headline. It's still a climate story. It's still an energy transition story. Go for it and point out the geopolitics of renewables versus other options, what they're going to cost, price it up for people. It's a legitimate story. And it's another way in. You don't have to brand everything climate for climate to be a factor. It's so big and it's so pervasive, it'll do that itself, you know? So I agree.
Any other questions? Otherwise, this was quite a good final thought, takeaway message, actually. So thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Clara, for joining us today and for this conversation. And I guess we see each other in, what, half an hour on the next event? Yeah. So thank you also to all of you to come and listen to us.
Spoštovana skupnost, dober večer in dobrodošli ob naslednjem dejanju festivala Naprej Forward. In sicer pogovor v klobuku Chat in a Hat s kolegom Gajom Delonjem, ki je dopisnik BBC-ja in ne samo BBC-ja iz te regije oziroma Zahodnega Balkana plus Slovenija. Za BBC že nekaj let živi v Ljubljani in je, kot rečeno, naš dober kolega in tudi del, recimo temu, slovenske novinarske skupnosti. Glede na to, da njegova slovenščina še ni, poudarjam, še ni tako napredovala, da bi se lahko pogovarjali o slovenščini, bova nadaljevala v angleščini. Hvala za razumevanje. Seveda ste vsi, ki ste prisotni tukaj v enem hotelu, kasneje vabljeni k neposrednim vprašanjem za kolega Delonja, sicer pa vas bom poskušal, oziroma vaju bova poskušala zabavati v naslednji uri in pol. So I'll switch to English now. Welcome, Guy.
Thank you very much.
Slovenian English journalist based in Ljubljana for some years now. BBC correspondent from the region, I would say Western Balkans plus Slovenia. But not only BBC. So we'll come to that later. So I would like to be sort of systematic because we're both journalists. So I'll start with your place of birth. You're actually from Liverpool, so
I am.
Liverpudlian.
Liverpudlian, although I actually prefer the word Liverpolitan, which nobody uses anymore.
Okay.
But people
so you're
use
that old?
People, not quite.
Okay.
But people used to use it, and I think it nicely sums
Causer,
up.
is it not a nice way to?
It depends on who's saying it.
Okay.
If we're saying it, it's okay about ourselves.
Okay, good. So Liverpool or Everton fan?
Liverpool.
Okay, so in red, it's quite dangerous right now in Slovenia to be specifically red. But anyway, why Liverpool? Why not Everton? Because it's somehow Liverpool is. Those are friendly rivalries between Liverpool and Everton. It's not as harsh as in Belgrade or.
Can get quite nicely actually. It used to when I was a boy. It was not funny at all.
Really?
You'd stay away from Liverpool Central railway station on derby match days, and it changed in the 80s, and they promoted this idea of it being the friendly derby. And it was almost as if it happened. You know, they willed it into existence.
Okay.
And it helped that both teams were very successful at the time. But among Liverpudlians, the Evertons are now known as the Bitter Blues.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
yeah, it's more or less a normal situation there.
It's a normal situation.
Yeah, they're
But we have split families, split friend groups, the whole works. It's quite unpleasant.
Okay, I'm not particularly bothered because I'm a West Ham United fan, as you may see.
Very nicely done.
Special outfit. It's actually a tribute to Trevor Sinclair. I saw him wearing this kind of outfit during the 2006 FA Cup finals in Cardiff. I was there, he was there, we played Liverpool, we lost. It was the Stevie G volley.
There will be 4 minutes of added time.
Yeah. So it was 3-3 after 90 minutes and then after extra time and then the penalties. So, well.
Are you ashamed of your team, Igor?
No. I'm proud of it, but they lost. That was the last FA Cup finals they were in. So let's not talk about football. Okay, Liverpudlian. Slovenians are obsessed with history. English are obsessed with class. So which class? Working class, middle class?
You know, I genuinely had never thought about class.
Really?
Growing up, and I didn't really give it much thought. I don't think until I was maybe even in my 30s.
Okay.
And part of that was because of where I was brought up and how I was brought up.
Mm-hmm.
So I was brought up in a part of North Liverpool called Seaforth, which strictly speaking is in the metropolitan borough of Sefton.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a Liverpool postcode. It's where the main Liverpool docks are these days. As a very, pardon me for saying so now, but I didn't. I just thought of it as home. But you would think of it now as a run-down working class neighbourhood.
Okay.
But I went to an ordinary local school. My mum was a part-time teacher. My dad worked for the city council. doing marriages. He married people for a living.
Really?
So
it's out of fashion right now. I mean, being married.
Oh, there we go. It wouldn't have done us very well when I was younger. We'd have had no income.
Okay.
But I genuinely didn't think of class. I mean, it didn't really cross my mind.
Really?
And it was probably because
it's completely un-English.
Probably because we were living in a working class neighborhood, but I was always good at school, so my aspirations were to go on to university, have an academic life, and I suppose you'd call those middle class aspirations if you were doing that in the English way.
Okay.
But I never felt like I belonged to any particular class at all. And when I go back these days to Liverpool, among the friends I catch up with, one's a doctor, a family doctor, another one is a bus driver. So it really didn't bother me at all, this idea of class consciousness. Latterly, I've become much more aware of it, and I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that I wasn't so aware of it when I was younger. I think I'm quite glad that I wasn't.
That's interesting, because, as I said, it's un-English as it is your name, surname, Deloney.
Yeah, so that's probably another reason why I wasn't very class conscious. We were always weird. And if you know, there aren't a lot of boys in North Liverpool called Guy Delaunay. I mean, Guy was an odd name anyway, not completely.
Not as odd as, for example, Nigel. It's a name which is virtually disappearing. So there are still guys. But
there were
no
loads of
Nigels
Nigels around when I was a boy, though.
Yeah, but they're old. No new Nigels.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. You see, when you say old, I'm taking that personally, Igor.
You can take it. No problem.
But yeah, so Guy was a weird name. Delaunay was a weird name. I didn't speak with a strong Liverpool accent, which most of my schoolmates did, or many of my schoolmates did. So that was due to my mum being a teacher and insisting that I spoke properly. And it was always a bit odd being called Guy Delaunay in Liverpool, to be fair. And you're right, it's a French name, but it goes back so far. It's not really useful to me. The Delaunays arrived in the UK, in England and London, in 1823. A neighbour very kindly, for some reason, it sounds like stalker behaviour, but they did our family tree.
Okay.
And it turns out that Pierre Felix Delaunay arrived in 1823 in London, and he was our forebear. And presumably it was a sort of slow slide down the sort of social and wealth rankings. Because I doubt Pierre Felix would have been very at home in the dockside of North Liverpool. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, but we know that, for example, in the English language, the sophisticated words come from French. So it's actually a good thing to have a French surname in England. You know, it's extraordinary, like extraordinaire.
Yeah, but when you grow up in an Irish city like Liverpool, because Liverpool's very strongly Irish in part, 50% of the population when I was a boy were Catholic, so people assume your name is Delaney. When they look at it, they take out the letter U, and they change you from being French into being Irish. So, it's just annoying, really.
Well, okay, you were good at school, so I presume, because you're a journalist now, your first life goal was to be a striker with Liverpool
Absolutely.
FC. Yeah?
Yep.
And when you didn't succeed in that, you thought, oh, wow, journalism, that would be a really good thing.
I was certainly interested in broadcasting from quite a young age, and I'd make, I used to write into the local radio stations, because Liverpool had two really good local radio stations when I was a boy. There was the BBC station Radio Merseyside, and there was the commercial station Radio City. And they both had great programmes, really good local programming, whether that was music or news or human interest or what have you. It was in really the golden days of local radio in Britain, 1970s, 1980s. Very strong newsrooms. Even in the commercial radio station, there was a very strong newsroom in that station. Very strong on Radio Merseyside as well. And the programming was just terrific. And they wanted to get listeners involved, and you'd write into them, and they'd have little things where you could come in and do something on air. And I got into a couple of those when I was a teenager.
So that was the click, well, I want to be a journalist.
Not I want to be a journalist, but I want to broadcast.
Okay.
And it was always about broadcasting more than anything else.
Okay, because another option in Liverpool would be music, apparently. So but I think you have a really strong and cultivated interest in music.
Oh, well, music's my passion, and much more than really anything else, to be honest with you. And
even more than football?
Even more than football, when it comes down to it. So, I mean, the greatest fear of my life would be going deaf. That would be the worst thing that could possibly happen to me.
Science is progressing, so that could be there could be solutions for that in some years' time. But anyway, so I mean, music we can talk about it a little bit later. So basically, you want to be a broadcaster. So that's why you went to study journalism, or?
Oh no, I studied history. So
you're actually a journalist who studied history.
He studied history and then has a master's.
For Christ's sake, this is something
history is quite useful for a journalist sometimes.
I know some historians who are journalists, and I'm quite skeptical about it. Okay, no.
You know another one now.
No, but my mum was historian, so it's okay. I mean, basically, but so you studied history because now you're in the region. You probably studied history of former Yugoslavia or something.
Absolutely, yeah. We would do the Balkan Wars, of course, origins of First World War. That was what we knew about, and you'd have.
No, but that was your speciality, or?
It was part of it. Yeah. I mean, if you're in a I don't know how fascinating this is to anybody, but if you're in a British school system, at least when I was at school, you would end up doing what we called modern history. And modern history basically ended at the Second World War.
Of course.
And if you were...
Because in Slovenia, the present started in 1941. You know? Yeah.
So we didn't touch anything. I did at university, but I didn't at school. You'd only go up to the Second World War. We didn't even get that far. I think we got to the first shot of the First World War. That was as far as we got. But I used to know all about the Balkan Wars. I used to know important things about the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, many of which have been forgotten, I'm afraid to say. But
there's an interesting football club in Novi Pazar. They play in the second Yugoslav division. But okay, so history. You mentioned university. Where? Oxford, Cambridge,
Leeds.
Leeds. Wow.
So it's another football city.
Yeah, great city. And music, Kaiser Chiefs. And so on.
Well, we were. Leeds was in one of its fallow periods, I would say, for music at the time, and this is how it goes with British cities. We're known as a country which exports music to the rest of the world. And at any given point, cities have a scene, whether that's Bristol in the 90s, Manchester in the late 80s, Liverpool in the early 80s, and back in the 60s, of course. But there are times when those scenes fall fallow. And early 80s in Leeds would have been great, with innovative bands like Soft Cell and the early versions of The Cult and things like that. Early 90s would have been good, because that would have been really deep into club culture, really influential nightclubs like Back to Basics, which people would go from all over the country to Leeds to go there. I was not there in the early 80s or the early 90s. I was there in the late 80s. And it was desperate.
I'm sorry for
that. It really was.
Yeah. But Leeds University is quite known. So you have a brilliant education, and then you decide to going into broadcasting.
Oh no. And brilliant's pushing it, Igor. To be fair, and let's not make any great claims here. I always say, before I got into journalism at the age of 26. I'd spent a long time doing some very heavy mucking about, which I think was quite useful for me as a journo eventually.
Okay.
I think it's very good to have some sort of hinterland that's not in journalism.
And that was?
Oh, it was heavy mucking about, but it was also heavy mucking about in Japan.
Japan?
Yeah, well, the idea of having a job at the age of 21 horrified me. I tried to go to film school in Santa Barbara. They turned me down, so that's, I'm sure, a great loss. to the cinematic arts. The gig that I did get was in Japan on this thing called the JET program, which is where they send young English-speaking people who know nothing to Japan and ask them to pretend to be English teachers in Japanese high schools. And that was it.
So you were big in Japan?
I was big in Japan. In fact, you've put a finger on it there, Igor, because I enjoyed Japan so much, I thought I'd like to study more about it. So after I'd finished being an English teacher, and I was actually a much better student of Japanese language than I was a teacher of English.
Because you were fluent in Japanese?
I'm fluent in Japanese. And, you know, at the time, it was very rare to find Japanese people who spoke English, particularly in the city I was living in, which was called...
And even the Japanese who were speaking English were hardly to understand?
They were very shy about it.
Yeah.
And they'd been taught English in a very unhelpful way, because of the way Japanese language is structured, which is it's a syllabic language. It's quite simple in some ways. I mean, it's if you spoke Italian or Finnish, you'd be okay, I think. But it's quite simple. The pronunciation is very easy. There's none of these dreadful in-between vowels like you have in Slovene.
Although they can't pronounce L, so that
no, they can't. Yeah. So my home city in Japan is Ribapur,
and you know it's interesting. They say Surovenia to Slovenia,
yeah.
And you know what Suro means in Slovenian? Not yet. Okay, no problem.
Don't put me on the spot.
So big in Japan.
Yeah, big in Japan. Big in Japan was actually, it was called Not So Big in Japan. That was the title of my master's dissertation. Because I was working, I ended up working in it. I did end up working in the music industry. I was at Sony Records in Tokyo. And I'd somehow talked myself into a work placement there while I researched the Japanese music industry, and specifically there's this myth of Western bands being big in Japan. Has anybody seen Spinal Tap? Okay, there's a few, great. If you haven't seen it, and this whole idea, this washed-up rock band, when everything looks at this absolute lowest ebb, they're told they need to fly out to Tokyo because they're big in Japan. And the implication being that even the worst possible Western music in the world would go down a storm in Japan. And there was a lot of this disseminated in the English music press, the British music press at the time, which was very, very powerful and influential. The NME, the Melody Maker sounds, and they'd always, every few weeks, there'd be somebody on the front cover surrounded by a load of Japanese girls, such and such a band, big in Japan. And I knew it was a load of rubbish. I knew that what was selling wasn't Western, it was Japanese, 80% Japanese. And I wanted to look at how things actually were and how things had turned around, because it used to be much more popular and it had declined. So how Japan embraced its own music scene and really rejected what was coming from the West. And I did that while I was working at Sony Records, which was tremendous fun.
That was before you became journalist?
Yep, that's right. And what got me into journalism really was when my girlfriend's father asked me, did I know anybody who could write a story for the weekly Japanese news magazine that he wrote for about the crisis at a newspaper in the UK called The Independent. And The Independent had been a startup newspaper in the late 80s. It had got a lot of attention because, to start up a daily quality newspaper was something which hadn't been attempted for decades upon decades. And it had done very well at first. And then there was this crisis in the early 90s. And so Setsuo asked me did I know anybody? And I said, yes, I'll do it. And I guess I was feeling fairly confident because a lot of what I've been doing with the dissertation was interviewing people in the music business. And I felt that was quite journalistic. And in fact, that was the critique that I got from my tutor at university, that there was a lot of interesting information, but it was very journalistic. It wasn't academic enough, which I guess meant it wasn't boring enough. That's probably it, isn't it? So so I ended up writing this piece for Shukan Kinyobi in English, which was then translated into Japanese, and that was my first piece of journalism.
Really, and that changed everything. That changed your life.
No,
not yet.
It did not. It did not.
How come?
Well, you know, it was never going to be a regular gig. Let's be fair. And at the time, I still had in my head, hey, I'm working at Sony Records. I'd like to work in the music industry. Music's my passion. This is what I want to do. But I don't want to be a professional foreigner at a Japanese record company. And that was the danger. The tasks I was getting in Sony at the time were very much to do with the fact that I was British. One of the tasks was transcribing lyrics. So it was very, very important in Japan that when somebody buys a CD, that they have the lyrics inside. And as you know, some records don't come with the lyrics. So when that happened, they would get some idiot at the record company to write down the lyrics. And then this lyric sheet would appear in there with a Japanese translation written in parallel. And there was a band called Mercury Rev, who were signed to Sony very, very briefly. They were a very un-major label type band, but they were signed to Sony at that time. And I was transcribing the lyrics for their album, and their lyrics were really, I couldn't make head or tail of them. So I just thought, okay, I'll write something down. And for one line, I wrote down, Marmite jars full of fluid-filled eyes. And I thought, somebody will check that. It'll be okay. And a couple of weeks later, they say, hey, the Mercury Rev album's back from the printers. Here's your copy. And I opened it up. Marmite jars full of fluid-filled eyes, with an asterisk next to it. And down at the bottom, it explained in Japanese what Marmite was and what you do with it. And many years later, in fact, only a few months ago, I ended up in a Twitter conversation with the guitarist from Mercury Rev, whom I'd come to like very much, having had to listen to their album over and over and over. And I told him what had happened with that, and he was very tickled. Bless him. He didn't tell me what the actual line was, though. So it remains a mystery.
Yeah, really. Okay. But every big career has to have some mysteries. So, okay, when did you become journalist, for Christ's sake?
It was about the time that I realised I wasn't getting anywhere in the music business. Possibly this was to do with the Marmite, but who can say? And my mum, bless her, would flick through the adverts in the back of The Guardian in the media section, because she knew that was an interest of mine as well. And she would circle jobs and say, hey, how about you go for this one? And there was a job advertised at the BBC's written archive section for an archive assistant. And I've got a history degree. I've spent time in archives. I know what an archive is. Okay.
And that was it.
I'll go for it. But I wasn't really terribly enthusiastic about it, but I went for it. And they asked me at the interview, what are your favourite programmes? And I told them Top of the Pops and Red Dwarf, which was a science fiction comedy show. And I think everybody else said Newsnight and Panorama, so they hired me. And then from that point...
Red Dwarf, remember this. Red again.
Oh, yes, it's terribly significant. You know, one of my favourite films is Three Colours Red.
Huh.
But we'll skim over that, shall we?
Okay.
But yeah, when you're at one of these archives, it's a funny place, the BBC Written Archives. It's got everything that's ever been written down in the BBC or to do with the BBC. So everything from artist contracts through to memos, policy notes, and things which are covered by the Official Secrets Act as well. You know, there were things that I was not allowed to show anybody because they were still covered by the Official Secrets Act, largely to do with wartime operations and cooperation with the spy agencies.
And
in fact, I've probably just broken the Official Secrets Act right now.
Yeah. And you studied it? Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah.
But you're doing research for programmes while you're there. So there'll be programmes, I can remember there was one called the BBC at War. And they were asking me what was happening with BBC policy towards reporting what was going on at the Nazi death camps. How was the BBC reporting that? And I would research it and I'd package it up for them. And after a while, you realise, hang on a second, I'm doing this at this funny little library out in Caversham Park in Berkshire. Why don't I do it directly with the programmes themselves? And it took a couple of leaps through another couple of libraries, but eventually I got a job with Radio 5 Live as a production assistant, about a year into Radio 5 Live's existence. And Radio 5 Live was great. It was still is, a rolling news and sport national network for the BBC. And this is one of the best pieces of advice I can ever give a young journalist in particular, is when something new is starting, get on board, because it will never be as good as that again. There will be no boundaries. You will look back years later and you'll say, how on earth did that get on air? And I look back at when Channel 4 started in the UK in the 1980s and think, how did that get commissioned? Some great stuff, but you really do think, how on earth did that get on air? And 5 Live was like that at the time. There was stuff that was going out, some of which I was responsible for. Chess on the radio. What was going on there?
Yeah. No, but what I find striking is actually, journalists, when their careers are over, and so they're being put into archives.
Yeah.
You did the other way.
That's
so
it,
you started in the archive, then went to, let's say, booming radio program, 5 Live.
Yeah.
So, because it's interesting, I remember a guy named Deloney who was actually in 1998 reporting from the same event as myself, the Nagano Winter Olympics.
So this is where everything comes together.
Yeah.
You've got your Japanese language and your knowledge of Japan, and you're working for a news and sport network, and you say to them, hey, how about I fly out to the Winter Olympics and don't do the sports stories, but I do all the colour around it. And if you were in Nagano, you'll know what an amazing
I somehow remember you, but no problem. There was a weird BBC reporter flying around, so yeah, that was you.
That was the thing about Nagano. When I see Winter Olympics in places like Beijing, I think they're missing the point. I mean, a Winter Olympics should be somewhere
in the Japanese Alps,
compact, that really takes over the entire place and transforms it for those 2 weeks. And for those 2 weeks, it was just, and in the run-up as well, it was just pulsating with the Olympic spirit, which is not something one usually associates with the Olympics, which is full of some of the most corrupt people I've ever met in my life.
98 was different, probably.
It was just when the Salt Lake City scandal was brewing up nicely, actually, at that point.
Okay, so fits, Radio 5 Live, Japan. Well, then I missed the connection, because then you suddenly appear in Cambodia.
Sure. And I think there's different kinds of careers you can have as a journalist. Some people, or indeed as a human being, some people know exactly what they want to do. I mean, I think Igor was trying to say, has your life's dream always been to be a journalist? Well, no, it hasn't. For some people, it was. And I met some of those people at Radio 5 Live when I first went there, and all they ever wanted to do was to be a journalist. And they did degrees in journalism and got into either the BBC News Trainee Scheme or into BBC local radio stations, and then they ended up on a national network. And that wasn't the way I'd gone about it at all. But I wanted to, well, as I said, there was a lot of mucking about, and I wanted to do that in my journalism career as well. I don't see why I have to take my career seriously. I can take my job seriously, but I don't need to take my career seriously at all. And if there's something that seems interesting, I'll give it a try. And so after Nagano, which I was doing from a news point of view, a World Service Sport asked me if I'd work for them, still sort of applying my news journalist sensibility, but to sports stories full time. And I thought, why not? And that gave me the chance to travel all over the place. And so I was going back to Japan, I was going to Bangladesh, China, I did the Sydney Olympics. So I got to go all over. I mean, what a treat. And to do fun, interesting stories. And one of the most interesting was when I did a series about disability sport. And that's how I ended up in Cambodia, because I was asking people, look,
I have to insert myself, every big career in journalism has something to do with sport journalism. So, yeah, I mean, it's... Okay. It's unscripted drama. Yeah, it's
sports journalism.
It teaches you so many skills you need in let's say normal reporting.
You need to be extremely rapid. Yeah. You know, if you're slow with your report from a sports event, what's the point? Yeah. You know, and you have to be concise. You have to be understandable. You have to relate the atmosphere of the event. And there are people who are terrific at it, and those who are less terrific, it really shows. So
generally, there's no... I mean, there are also bad sport journalists, but there are no good journalists without having something to do with sport journalism. But okay, so disability series and Cambodia. And that is also a connection, because we know what happened in Cambodia in 70s and 80s.
And that was a real... I mean, it was a gift for me doing that series. And there was... a friend of mine badgered me into it, a guy called Ricky Singh. And Ricky was disabled himself. He had spina bifida, so he was generally a wheelchair user. And Ricky kept on saying to me, come on, guy, come on. He was a Liverpool supporter as well. Wasn't from Liverpool, but he was always asking me to get tickets for him for Liverpool. And he would go, come on, guy, you got to do something on disability sport. You got to do it. And I said, okay, Ricky. In the end, I pitched doing a little series on disability sport when we were in the run-up to the Olympics and Paralympics in 2000. And I was aware by this point that there's a lot of technology involved with disability sport. I mean, you see people with their carbon fibre running legs and their mega-fast racing wheelchairs and all the specialised equipment which we've just seen in the Winter Paralympics. And I thought, well, that's great if you're from a country like Britain, or the United States, or Germany, and probably Slovenia. But what if you're from a developing country? You know, we can see that in the track and field athletics, you can be from a country which has recently been at war and doesn't have a lot of money, and you can still win gold medals. But what about in the Paralympics? The field seems less level. And I started asking around, where should I go to do this story? And people kept saying Cambodia, because there's lots and lots of lower limb disabilities because of landmines.
Yep.
And also because they had a disability sport program in volleyball. Their idea being that if they could get people doing standing volleyball, that would be important to rehabilitation. And they had developed a way of doing very cheap prosthetic limbs made from recycled PVC. And I thought this sounded great, but I was scared because the war in Cambodia had been over for 3 years at this point. The Khmer Rouge was still kidnapping and murdering Western tourists into the late 1990s. So I was a little bit, I was a little bit apprehensive. But I went and spent about a week or 10 days there doing this documentary, and I really loved it.
The Khmer Rouge would have let's say, a faible for red color, so you were somehow protected, I would say.
Yes, I didn't want to put it to the test.
Yeah, I can understand.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
but it felt so. I'd expected, having been to Bangladesh, which was one of the greatest assaults on my senses that I've ever experienced, particularly Dhaka, the capital. And I even had a friend living there, a friend I grew up with, Han. We both grew up in Seaforth in North Liverpool, and he's gone on to be a UN diplomat. And it's quite funny, these two lads from Liverpool, from Seaforth, his dad ran a second-hand shop called the Seaforth Swap Shop. And at one point, I can remember I was in I was waiting to interview Ivica Dacic, who was at that point was Prime Minister of Serbia, and Liverpool and Everton were playing, and I texted Han, who's another great Liverpool supporter, and I said, I'm sitting here waiting to interview the Prime Minister of Serbia, but I really want to be watching the match. And he just texted me back saying, well, I'm sitting on Nelson Mandela's lawn. Because by this point he was the UN representative in South Africa. So it was... But if I just rewinded a bit, Cambodia didn't feel like Bangladesh at all. It had a completely different vibe to it. So it was an early lesson in, you know, all developing countries are not the same. And I wanted to go back, and when I was getting turned down for foreign correspondent jobs because of my colourful CV, because I'd been mucking about with my career and doing sport and music and that sort of thing, and I hadn't been doing what one would consider a sort of standard progression in news journalism. What do you do at a time like that? And what you do is you take yourself off to a place where there isn't a foreign correspondent, and you give it a go. So I resigned my staff job at the BBC, and I had the blessing of BBC News Gathering, and I did the rounds in the building and talked to all these different programme editors. Would you be interested in stories from Cambodia? Oh, yes, sure. And there were people saying, you'll never make a living. You know, this person's tried it, they couldn't do it. This person's tried it, they couldn't do it. And I just thought, well, they weren't me, were they? And terrible, isn't it? But you have to have, I mean, you can call it arrogance or you can call it self-belief, but you have to think, I've got a plan and I know how to execute it.
The Spaniards call it cojones.
There you go.
Yeah,
yeah, Geo Jones, my dad used to call that.
Yeah.
But,
so actually, you quit the job with the BBC and go freelance to Cambodia to work for the BBC.
Correct.
Okay.
So that was the way it had to be done, and I've been freelance ever since. And I have to say, I like it a lot. It would be very difficult to go back on the staff of an organisation now. There are so many things I like about it, that it feels very adult. You don't feel institutionalized. You're making your own decisions. You succeed or fail on your own merits. You don't get your hand held. But on the other hand, nobody's looking over your shoulder. So these are all things which I like a lot. And generally, I find that editors and producers back in base in London or in my hub bureau, which is currently Brussels, they're actually grateful that you're there, rather than taking you for granted, which is, it's extraordinary sometimes. You know, they'll call me at 8 o'clock in the evening. So sorry to be calling you so late, Guy. I'm thinking, 8 o'clock in the evening? You know, that's not late, is it? It's completely reasonable. You know, and if there's a story on my patch that somehow I've missed and it's popped up on the news wires, I want to know about it. So, but yes, it's a wonderful arrangement.
Yeah, but isn't it a little bit risky to go to Cambodia, which is a country which is probably not the safest in the world, and actually trying to, let's say, make your living by reporting from Cambodia to...
It was a big risk.
Yeah.
You know, when I sold my house to do it, you know, that was the reason I felt able to do it. And by this point, I was married. I'd been married for a year at this point to Lisa. And Lisa and I, when we met, we both owned... Well, you know, the banks obviously own most of the property, but we both owned properties in London. And we thought, okay, if we're leaving, we'll sell one and we'll keep the other. And the money that I got from selling one was, it's the insurance money. And, you know, a version of it is still there because there is no safety net. If something bad happens to me and I can't work, there's no sick pay, there's no... I'd probably get some statutory Slovenian sick pay, actually, but I'm sure it wouldn't be...
Don't count on that.
Yeah,
but,
really.
Yeah.
But, you know, there isn't any sick pay, there's no holiday pay. If things go wrong, you're more or less on your own. So you do need to have... that's one of the things you need to think about. And I always thought I want to have a year's earnings, you know, on standby, just in case the worst happens. So that was what enabled us to do it.
Does this influence your work?
In terms of what I report on?
Not, but how you approach work, how do you feel while working? I mean, you have actually to grab every opportunity, or
to a degree.
Not.
I mean, you know, a lot of freelancers will tell you it's very difficult to say no, but I do say no, and I'll say no to news outlets which I don't want to report for, and I've done that quite a lot this year, actually, especially with this Novak Djokovic story.
We'll come to that.
I was getting a lot of requests from people that I would not work for, and I just won't. And so, you know, some people's money is not money that I want, and there's some work that I don't want to do. But I'd be lying if I didn't say, well, okay, if the BBC calls me up at 11 o'clock at night and says, oh, would you mind just filing? And we call these 30-second radio pieces, we call them voice pieces or dispatches, and they sometimes want one to either run through the night or to start running on the very early morning bulletins. And, could you just do this for this guy? Would you mind? And on the one hand, you think, I want to go to bed. On the other hand, you think, hang on a second, if I do that, that's the equivalent of, I don't know, a nice meal out or something like that. You rationalize it that way. So when you're not getting a salary and you actually know what the rate for each piece is, and that's how freelance journalism works, then you do start equating it with, well, hey, that's the cost of a nice meal. That could be a weekend away. I could get a new guitar for that. That's... doesn't happen often.
Okay, so you're in Cambodia now. You report as a freelancer. You can't speak the language, but
I could speak Khmer well enough to let people know I wasn't a tourist. But I was quite dispirited. Has anybody ever tried speaking Khmer, the language of Cambodian? They have 26 different vowel sounds. 26. And I came from, being fluent in Japanese, and I thought, hey, I speak Japanese. I learned Japanese, and I was pretty fluent in 6 months. Whoa, aren't I great at languages? I'm sure if I live here in Cambodia in 6 months, I'll be fluent. And then you encounter the 26 different vowel sounds. And I'm sitting there with my Khmer teacher, Chani, and he's going through these... If you ever see Khmer script, it looks a bit like Thai script. The way they're written is quite similar, both derived from Sanskrit. And he's showing me all these different vowels, and he says, now, this one is A, and this one is A. What's the difference? All I could tell you is he's pulling a slightly different face when he did the second one. So yeah, I could speak Cambodian a little bit, but after a while I realized that so many people were struggling to speak my language, and here I was banging my head against a wall to speak a language that only 14 million people at the outside speak. Maybe I should not be so hard on myself. So I backed off after a while.
Okay, I think you were, 7 years in Cambodia?
8 years.
8 years, yeah. So why did you leave?
Why did we leave? It was a case of leave now or stay forever. And you reach these points. Well, I do anyway. Every so often you come to a fork in the road. It's a fork, isn't it? Not a crossroads, because crossroads would imply that you have a chance of going back or turning left or right and just going straight. Well, it isn't. It's a fork. You can go in one direction, you can go in another. And you know when they're coming, and you can feel it building up inside yourself. And there was one with Cambodia. For the last year that I was there, I didn't realize until we left that something had been pressing on my chest right about here for 1 year, because I knew we had to do something. And it was either put down some serious roots. We thought about starting a journalism project in Cambodia, actually sort of a base for international journalists, more and more of whom were coming through Cambodia at that point, as it was obvious that it was now a safe and interesting and desirable place to live. Actually, Cambodia isn't safe. It wasn't safe when we lived there. I mean, you actually had to look after yourself. You couldn't assume that the electricity wasn't going to kill you. You couldn't assume that you weren't going to be hit by a driver who would then just run back over you to make sure that you were dead. Never drive down a road when it was dark, because a buffalo might come through the windscreen at you. You had to look after yourself. Yeah. It was one of those things. But we thought that might be a thing. We could do this, I forgot what we were going to call it, journo base or something like that. We were going to, have it being a place where journalists could meet, could work.
A hub.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could have been Journo Hub. That might have been it. Or leave. And the BBC job in Japan came up. And I thought, okay. So I got in touch with them and said, would you like me to apply for this? And they said, yes, absolutely. You'd be really well qualified.
Oh, the guys in London.
This is it, the guys in London. And I said, are you sure about this? Because, I've been here before. You go for a job and you do a really good interview. You prepare for ages. You do a good interview. And then this happened to me literally 3 times. They'd ring you after the interview and they'd say, that was a great interview. That was really great. In fact, it's one of the best interviews I've ever heard. But I'm really, really embarrassed about this. But we kind of promised this other guy the job before the interviews. But if he gets run over...
That was not Slovenia, that was Britain.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go. And now this is out there forever, isn't it? But yes, I had that a few times. And I once was told, if the other guy was run over by a bus tomorrow, we'd have no hesitation in giving you the job.
Or by a buffalo, but he was not in Cambodia.
Right. So so I was approaching the Japan job in this light. Now, are you really, really sure? Because if you ask me to do this, I'm going to take it seriously. I'm going to put in loads of research and I'm going to do it properly. And they said, no, we're really sure. It's an open process. Please apply. Which I did. And then
Japan.
Then a week later, they rang me back and said, we're really, really, really embarrassed about this. And you can imagine what came next. And I rang up one of the editors in London in a state of what we call in British English high dudgeon. High dudgeon means you're not very pleased at all. And I said to this editor, listen, you're meant to be looking out for us freelancers. You'd said that when there were opportunities coming up, you'd let us know about them, those of us who are interested in moving. And I haven't heard from you in 2 years. What's going on? And he stuttered a bit, said how sorry he was about the thing with the Japan job. And as he's stuttering away, I can hear him, even though it's on the phone, I can hear him scanning the map on the wall of his office, which has got little pins on it where all the correspondents are. And he's stuttering away, and then suddenly he says, oh, there's no one in Belgrade. Would you be interested? I thought, Belgrade? I would be interested. And I jumped on a plane within a couple of days, flew over to Belgrade. It was during would have been European Football Championships in 2012? Euro 2012, yeah. So it would have been during Euro 2012.
In Ukraine and Poland.
If you insist.
Yeah.
And so it was very, very hot in Belgrade, which was fine, because so is Cambodia. And I thought, what a fantastic city this is. Amazing, loads of great stuff going on, really interesting people. Yeah, sending photographs back to Lisa, and the family's all going, wow, that looks really good. Flew back, and Lisa said, let's go now before they change their minds. And we packed up 8 years of life in Cambodia and left in 3 weeks. And, we just told them we're going, Belgrade, thank you very much, that'll do us. So that was how Belgrade came up. But it's a little bit of serendipity. Sometimes these little doors open a crack, and you give them a good shove.
Okay, so and then you knew the history of the region until 1945?
Yeah. Do you know what? I didn't want to file. So we arrived in August of 2012, and I really, really, really didn't want to do any reporting because I knew how complicated things were. And I didn't want to get it wrong, because I knew that if I got it wrong early on, that would hang over me for a long time. And I actually, about 2.5 months, I spent getting to know the region, reading a lot.
Because it's not only Serbia, it's also Bosnia and then Montenegro and then Northern Macedonia and Albania.
Yep.
And Croatia and Slovenia.
It's eight countries, if you recognise Kosovo, which
Sorry,
Slovenia does and Britain does, so I think we're on safe ground. I have to say 7 when I'm in Serbia.
Yeah, okay. 7 to 8, 7.5. Okay, because I mean, yeah, of course you do a lot of reporting from Kosovo too. So I mean, you're now in the region, but then you actually decide to move from Belgrade to this fantastic city of Ljubljana.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a fantastic city. So
how to say the nicest town on earth?
The most what? The prettiest town on earth. Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, you know, we would come here. I think the first time I actually came to Ljubljana was during the European elections in 2014. And I just was, here's a nice English word for you, I was gobsmacked. And I thought the place just looked absolutely terrific. And I came back quite a few times after that doing various different assignments. I did something about the graphic art biennial for Monocle, which was really mind-bending.
Which is a magazine you also work for?
That's right. But yeah, I mean, Ljubljana just seemed great. And I haven't owned a car since 1991. And I love cycling, but cycling in Belgrade was a blood sport. Didn't stop me doing it, but there were altercations. And to be in a place where people, cycling is a matter of fact rather than a statement that you feel you need to make, was terrific. And I liked the sanity of Ljubljana at that point as well very much. And yeah, we liked it a lot. And when Britain decided to commit suicide, you know,
it actually didn't succeed completely, but yeah, but
it's quite bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I just had an experience today. I've always had this annual car hire excess insurance policy, because you know when you go to the car hire window and they say, would you like to take our extra insurance? That'll be, you know, €20 extra a day to reduce your excess from €900 to nothing. And no, I don't want to do that. Thank you very much. Well, there was the British company that for £50 a year would insure the excess. I loved it. It was great. I just tried to renew it today. Because Britain has left the European Union, it's not happening, kiddo. And we could see it coming. I mean, we by this point, we felt... You don't realise how European you feel until the prospect of that being taken away happens to you. And we were here in Ljubljana on the day of the vote in 2016, because the day after, on the 24th of June, it was Statehood Day or in Slovenia. Do you call it Statehood Day?
Yeah, it was actually the day after. It was Sunday. It was a Saturday, so yeah, but it was actually connected.
The vote was on a Thursday, so it would have been a Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, it was 25th anniversary of independence, and loads of heads of state from all over the EU were due in Ljubljana. So my job was basically to doorstep them as they went in to the presidential palace, and the idea being all these, you know, the president of Germany, who nobody could name, of course, in Britain, but, you know, all these heads of government, heads of state, sorry, were going to say, oh, yes, isn't it marvellous? Britain's voted to stay in the EU. Thank goodness we cleared that up. I thought it was going to be a very simple assignment. Instead, I found myself sitting in Miro Cerar's office, him looking at me looking at him, both of us going... And we started on that day, Lisa and I, well, right, okay, how do we take back control? Right, how do we take back control of this situation? And I think you can, in anything that happens to you, professionally or personally, I think you can, to a degree, well, you can do what you can to influence it. And we thought, okay, the best way to influence this would be to move to an EU country on our patch. And
with cycling tracks.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That was a really big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the quality of life issue
is enormous. If you can cycle around, if you've got a city which takes that seriously and takes walking seriously and has reasonably sane bus transport.
And of course, there was another thing that, you know, you have a transport hub which really covers the region well. Huh? So you have flights to Pristina and Tirana and Belgrade.
So this was how I sold it to the BBC. Actually,
that was in the old days when an airlines company still existed and so on. So you decide to come to Ljubljana because it's a great transport hub.
Well, that was certainly how I sold it to the BBC. I said, look, I know you think of what I do as being Belgrade correspondent. But if I live in Ljubljana, it's actually easier for me to get to Pristina from Ljubljana than it is from Belgrade, because I can get a direct flight on Adria. And the only place which was more difficult for me to get to was Belgrade. It was easier for me to get to Zagreb. It was easier for me, just as easy to get to Sarajevo or Skopje or what have you. And that all worked very well for a little while.
For a little while. But then you stuck here now, so you reported from the region. Okay, you have to drive and not to. You have to rent a car, and you're not able to fly. How do you get to Pristina actually?
It would be tricky. I mean, what I used to do from Belgrade was I'd fly to Skopje and then get a car from Skopje. Because do you know what the most common cause of death for a foreign correspondent is? Correct. Number one is road traffic accident. Yeah. I mean, and this is it. And you know, you've got to be realistic about these things. And those roads into North Kosovo, there are shrines on them at regular points. They're not from people being shot. They're from people driving off the edge.
It's actually even more dangerous if you cycle. But what you don't do, of course. But anyway, so yeah. But you can get there, so you cover all the region, and you're quite successful because there's a lot to report.
There's a lot to report, but the great thing is that we're not generally in this region the sort of hard news region, which is really nice because it's the pace of it is slightly different. It's not generally there's something happening now and I've got to report on it. There's generally a bit more room to maneuver than that on an international basis. I mean, of course, these stories domestically in all of the countries, they'll have a totally different rhythm to them. But my mind's always on the international audience. What's going to grab their interest? And so it's a lot more selective. Yeah, and that makes the rhythm of it very different, and it's great. So there's a lot of features journalism, much more than there is on-the-day news reporting, and that's nice. Although again, sometimes you can get tied up with that. You end up with this, keeping about 10 plates spinning in the air at the same time.
But of course, there are also, let's say, world-shaking news from the region, and I can imagine you often go to Belgrade, and of course there was this situation with the tennis player Novak Djokovic, who actually, everybody lost in this story. I mean, Djokovic and the Australians, but there was actually one winner of the whole. Okay, there were two, Rafael Nadal and Guy Deloney, who was actually, you were spot on, literally, and so that really made you even more famous than you are, because you were there and you were actually covering a 24/7 story on him.
It was a terrific story to do, because the big stories I've done in the past in this region, the really big ones, refugee crisis and the 2014 floods, those would have been the two big stories. And then things connected with the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, so the Mladic verdict, the Karadzic verdict, 20th anniversary of the Srebrenica massacre. Those stories are not fun. They're really intense. And because I spent 8 years in Cambodia and I was dealing with the Khmer Rouge tribunal there, which is another criminal tribunal to do with genocide. I've spent 18 years interviewing people whose families have been murdered, and sometimes interviewing the murderers themselves as well. And it didn't get to me for a long time, but there was a point. I think it was just before the Mladic verdict, and I was at the Children's Monument in Sarajevo with a man whose 13-year-old son had been shot and died during the siege of Sarajevo. And he took a photograph of his son out of his pocket, kissed it, and placed it on the children's memorial. And I lost it. And that was, I think, the first time. It's probably to do with, probably connected with the fact that my own son was, I think, somewhere around that age at the time, or at least approaching it. But that was the first time it really got to me. Until that point, I'd felt, okay, I'm a witness to these proceedings. People want to talk. They feel good. They genuinely do. They always want to be heard, and that's part of justice for them. But then, yeah, I guess everybody's got a cup, and that was the point at which mine was filled. So with the Novak Djokovic thing, it was wonderful because nobody died. Nobody was being tortured apart from poor Novak, who couldn't get gluten-free food. That was the worst element of the story. I mean, you know, you have his family who are eccentric, to put it mildly. But it was very entertaining, and it was very full-on. It was very busy, and you needed to tell it in a particular way. And I love live broadcasting. It's like I say, I always wanted to be a broadcaster, more than a journalist, a broadcaster. And it's just great fun, you know. You've got a microphone in your hand, you know, talking to the camera, lots of interesting toys to play with, all the rest of it. And you can have a lot of fun with it, and we did. And it also showed people internally in the BBC how valuable it is to have somebody who knows the patch, who can give that context to the story that somebody flying in wouldn't have been able to give. And that my contacts book is absolutely spot on. That we had an interview with President Vučić within 1 hour of Djokovic getting his deportation notice. So, you know, it was because, you know, you've built those relationships over the years, and that's when it pays off. You know, my cameraman wasn't delighted about it because he's not a fan of the Progressive Party or Alexander Vučić, you know. And I'm having to say to him, for goodness sake, you know, Djokovic has just been deported, and we're talking to the president of the country, you know, on a Sunday morning. That's pretty good going. So it was a lot of fun, and it was relentless in a good way, rather than something like the refugee crisis, which was relentless in quite a harrowing way. You know, there was that disconnect of Europe. Like, I remember vividly, it was in no man's land between Croatia and Serbia, one of these border crossings near, I've forgotten what the name of the border crossing is, but no, it's not that one. It's between Croatia and Slovenia. Ah, okay. And on the Croatian side, it was close to the Terme Sveti Martin.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Over there.
Whatever.
But it was one of these things absolutely pouring down with rain. These people had been offloaded from a Croatian train, I think, or the Croatian side had just offloaded them, shoved them through the border, and the Slovenian side weren't letting them through. It was about 1,000 people, lots of families. It was about 4 degrees. I don't think anybody was going to die of hypothermia or anything, but it was just utterly, utterly miserable. And there was no good reason for these people being kept in these miserable conditions. And we, of course, were going back to our nice warm hotels at night, I was just wandering in and out of the border point, not even really showing my press pass, just because I suppose I looked like I belonged. I looked like I had the right to walk to and from over the borderline. And these guys who were from Syria and Iraq and so forth, they looked wrong. They were not going to be let in and out. And I broke the rules. You're told when we do our hostile environments courses when every 3 years we're told how not to get ourselves killed as journalists. And one of the things they say to you is don't get involved. And these people were begging me, can you please find out what's going on? Please, please. And what are you going to do? Are you going to say, no, I can't get involved? So, take my press pass, shove my way through the crowd, hold it up to the Slovenian border police and say, can you tell me what's going on? And they just said, no comment. And that was about the size of it. So, yeah, the Djokovic story was a delight compared to that.
And plus it was actually a story which ran all the day because it was happening in Australia in a completely different time zone.
It was perfect. It was perfect because it was just after New Year. So this is a silly season. We call it silly season in Britain, usually July, August, when the politicians are on holiday and nothing much happens. That's silly season. And all sorts of odd stories get on air in silly season. But there's a second silly season which most people don't talk about, and it's the period just after New Year. Yeah. Because again, lots of people are still on holiday. And importantly for me...
The Slovenians call it dry January because they're not drinking after...
It's journalistically dry as well, though, isn't it? And the great thing is a lot of the correspondents are on holiday.
Yeah.
So there was no danger of them flying somebody in from London or Brussels. One of their network correspondents... So I was left to it. And although they did fly me out a producer from Brussels to work with, which was wonderful, and I had my camera crew in Belgrade, and that was just great. So you'd have Melbourne was 10 hours ahead of Belgrade time. So when they were awake, I could be asleep, and when they were getting ready to go to bed, I could be taking over first thing in the morning in Belgrade. And yeah, I mean, I know it was a silly story in a way, but everybody was interested in it. And I know from looking at the metrics that we get, the feedback we get from the website, it was a massive story for people.
Everything somehow summed up, your experience, your love of broadcasting, your know-how in sports, your contacts, your actually.
Oh, it was perfect. I knew a lot of people in Serbian tennis as well because I'd done a story for Monocle magazine about Serbia's sporting soft power, which, I mean, we could do the same for Slovenia, frankly, these days. But at that time, because of Djokovic, because of a lot of the Serbian footballers, and Ana Ivanovic as well would be another one, I suppose. That was, Monocle does a soft power issue once a year. And I'd pitched this, that we should do something on Serbia's soft power, and they went for it. So I had a lot of contacts in Serbian tennis, and so again we were getting, Viktor Troicki was, we were getting him at a moment's notice and that sort of thing, because that's the thing. That's what builds up when you are resident in a place.
And of course, let's say the three letters BBC, they somehow open the doors. And of course, I'm really happy that I'm actually employed by an organization which has really a good relationship to the BBC, especially BBC World Outside Source. Yeah, well, we were in constant collaboration. Although the BBC guys don't know much about it, but no, I mean, before I give the floor, of course, to the audience, another thing, because we call it a chat with a hat. Yeah, it's actually you inventing a sort of a communication with your. I was told that we should not use the word audience, but community.
Really?
Yeah. That's the new buzzword. So and it's actually, you being a proper journalist who thinks about how to do things even better and tries to communicate. And so I mean, tell us, and that's the last thing I ask you, about this idea of having, let's say, a daily short Twitter show in which you actually tell people what you will report about?
So this came from when my wife Lisa and I were sitting on the riverside in Ljubljana, and we had a cup of tea, and I was saying to Lisa, my colleague in The Hague, Anna Holligan, she's been doing these things on Twitter where she's riding her bike in The Hague and she's talking about what's happening in the Netherlands. I said, that's really terrific. It's nice. She just does a video, 2 minutes, sort of news headlines from the Netherlands. And she said, why don't you do that?
Netherlands, it's boring. They don't have mountains. It's what can you do? What can you tell about Netherlands in 2 minutes?
Well,
on a bike, everybody's riding a bike there.
But that's part of the gag, isn't it? It's playing into the national stereotype. But as a cyclist, I thought, wow, that was a really great idea. And Lisa said, why didn't you do that? I was like, I can't do the bicycle. Anna's doing the bicycle. I can't rip her off like that. That would be awful. And she says, well, why don't you just do some stories? Why don't you just talk about what's, every morning you're sending over a list of what's going on to the BBC, and which I do. I sort of go through all the regional news sources and send over a compilation of what's happening to the BBC in Brussels and in London. And she says, you're doing that every morning, and it's, sometimes it's making it on air, but a lot of times it isn't. Why don't you just read some of that out? And I said, oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. She said, oh, you should do that. I said, okay. And she said, no, I mean now. And, she whips out her phone, turns on the video camera and said, right, go. And, the instinct kicks in and you just look straight down the camera lens and you do your 3 stories and you try and do them in, minute and a half, 2 minutes maximum. As it turns out, 2 minutes is the maximum you can upload to Twitter, generally. So the instinct was right. And as it happened, I was wearing a hat. It was this very hat. And it wasn't...
This will go to the Guy Deloney Museum.
They absolutely will. Yeah. And it was not meant to be chat in a hat, but then people started commenting on Twitter about the hat. I thought, oh ho, no matter what you think of what I'm saying, you like the hat. And I have a few hats, so I thought, okay, every day I'll wear a different hat. And then I mentioned this to Igor, and Igor provided me with a few more hats.
I rented you my hats.
So, and why not have a bit of fun with it? I did actually get to wear a hat on the BBC. I was very surprised. I was when I was standing in the snow outside Novak Djokovic's restaurant in Novi Beograd. And it was seriously sub-zero and snowing. And I had my hat on. There was a nice little, peak of snow on there. And I said to them in the gallery down the line, I better take my hat off, hadn't I? And they said, no, you don't have to. You can keep your hat on, as the song goes. And so
Joe Cocker, and he's originally from Sheffield, so another music city.
But yeah, and it's a really fun way to get stories across. And I don't have a huge number of Twitter followers, and the videos don't get a huge number of views every day. But the feedback that I get from people, and just yesterday I was speaking to somebody in the International Commission on Missing Persons in Sarajevo, and they said, oh, I love your chat in a hat. It means so much to me. I get this really interesting perspective on what's going on in the region from what you're saying. Just really nice to hear those sort of things. So it doesn't really matter how big the community is, in a way. It's reaching people who otherwise wouldn't be served in a way that they're being served. Mm. And I don't get paid for it at all. And I sometimes have to remind Lisa when she's trying to get creative with the camera shots that, hey, remember, time is money, etc., etc. But
no, but it's a pressure thing, and I think the whole setup of the story, tells a lot about you. So you're actually picking advices from the right people. I mean, Lisa in this case, or so you like communication, and you're communicating in a very constructive and positive way. So that's why you also get good feedback, or you can use, let's say, foreign ideas to somehow implement them in a noble way. So I find it really nice, and it's a sort of a trademark you're setting. So it's great.
So it's one of these. There's a poem by a Liverpudlian poet called Brian Patton called "Burning Genius," and I can't read it because it makes me cry every time I read it. But I do like that phrase, "burning genius." And this is one thing that I would like at some point, that chat in a hat somehow is at some point recognized as being evidence of burning genius, which needs to be, the other thing about being freelance, as I said, nobody holds your hand. Sometimes I think, God, wouldn't it be nice to be the talent? Wouldn't it be nice to just, sort of rock up and do your thing and get paid tons of money for it, and you don't have to, put the whole show on the road yourself? That sometimes that would appeal.
Don't give up. Don't give up. It's still,
I'm open to
still
offers.
possible. Yes. Okay, so that was it from my side. Dear community, any questions? It's not a national sport in Slovenia asking questions, but these are journalists mainly, so they probably are a little bit different.
Hi, being a freelancer from Balkan and correspondent working for BBC, how you pick a story? What's important for BBC from the Balkan? I mean, for us, everything is important in Ljubljana or in Slovenia, not including like even Balkan, but I mean for BBC?
It's news sense, and this is something which has to be honed, and you hone it over a period of years, and if you know the output and you know the audiences and what works well on particular programs and particular bulletins and the websites and what have you, you just get a sense of it. Doing the daily updates for Brussels and London takes a little bit of it. I can be less selective with that. I can actually say these things are going on, and sometimes people will get back to me and say, hey, could you do us a news piece for the website or dispatch for the radio, or can we have a TV live on that, which I hadn't been expecting. And there was an early lesson that I got from one of my editors way back in the day, who said never try and second guess the output, because they may want something completely different, but generally you think you know what's going to get traction. So Lisa and I will be discussing the stories every morning, and she'll say, how about this one? And I can't remember what it was this morning. There was something, oh gosh, it was about fuel prices in the region. I was, no, it's not going to make, unless but that's something that everybody's facing now. There was something that was particularly weird about the fuel prices, or what people were doing in reaction to the fuel prices. That would be a story, because it's something that everybody's facing, certainly across Europe at the moment. And if you've got a little angle on it, which is somehow different, then you're going to get that sort of traction. But if it's just, fuel prices are going up in Slovenia, it's not going to fly. I mean, it wouldn't fly with fuel prices in Serbia either. But, Serbia's gas deal with Russia, now that's a story. That's where the difference is. And
what about visiting Ukraine during the war? Like if a prime minister, for example, goes there. Like...
The issue you had there, and I knew this would happen, is that Poland and Slovakia, but certainly Poland was the big one. That was the one they were going to go for, and I could tell that Slovenia was going to get lost in the wash, as it were. And so I was in communication with my editors we were all in an email group, myself, Rob in Prague and Adam in Warsaw. We were all pitching in our various lines. So some of it probably did make it to output. But that was always going to be, again, it wasn't a Slovenia story. It was a Poland/Ukraine story, if you see what I mean. So I knew that wasn't going to get any traction from my end. And this is the issue at the moment. There's one story, isn't there? Really. I mean, it's like we had COVID was the one story for such a long time. And now we've got one story, which is Ukraine, I mean, internationally speaking. And you're really going to have a really interesting angle or something really extraordinary to get on air at the moment. Which is why I'm concentrating on doing features for Monocle magazine at the moment.
No, it's good to have let's say a plan B also. Okay. Yep.
Hi, I have two questions. First, I'm interested in what does your wife do, so she's able to move with you all around?
Well, and she's advising you, apparently.
And she's
in a really good way.
And the second question, what was the biggest, I would say, culture shock, maybe, comparing growing up in Britain and then living in Belgrade or Ljubljana?
So Lisa's a management consultant. She specializes in change management, and we've got 2 children. So what she was doing was sort of 60 hours a week with Ernst & Young when we lived in London. I mean, obviously she doesn't do that anymore. And we have worked more and more together over the years on the journalism side of things. So initially, Lisa was, when I was setting up as a freelance, Lisa was my own personal change management consultant, doing the business plan, doing a lot of the things that I need to make the business work. Making sure I get paid, making sure I've got good records of what I've done, and planning and organisation. That was all Lisa put that. She put all of that into the business, and over the past couple of years, because with COVID it was going to be it was very obvious that I wouldn't be able to do the job as I had done it. We thought, okay, what's going to generate income? Where can we actually add value and get income from it? And it was doing these daily updates and then following on from that with pieces for the website, dispatches and lives and so forth. And so she started doing that every morning, basically copy tasting every morning with me. And then, like I said, Chat in the Hat was her idea. And I'm trying to get her at the moment. I've asked the BBC if they can give us some formal training in doing video. She's got a great eye. She's very, very good at setting up the shots. She's an artist, so she's naturally very good at that sort of thing as well. She's got great ideas. So I'm hoping to tempt her more away from the world of business consultancy. And there's a lot of husband and wife news gathering teams in the freelance world. So
also in Slovenia,
So really? We could do that. And then in terms of culture shocks, we were walking around walking down the road. At the moment we live smack bang in the middle of the old town, Stari Trg, and I was just walking past what's it called? Slaščičana pri Vodnjaku or something? Is that what it's called? Just actually on Gornji Trg, really, at the end where Stari Trg turns into Gornji Trg. And just marvelling at the pavement cafes, and this is really a Europe thing versus a UK thing, especially if you grew up in Britain in the 70s and the 80s. It was grey, it was dirty. What was a pavement cafe? People didn't have tables outside. You mad? And I just marvelled at this when I first did extensive... I travelled around Asia a lot more than I did Europe, and it was really only in the mid-90s I first started seeing European cities, and that's what blew me away. It was just different. It almost seems like a completely different pace. We all seem like we're scurrying in Britain, probably because the weather's so terrible and the public transport is so crowded. And to see these people just luxuriating these very attractive pavement cafes. And so it isn't really a Belgrade or Ljubljana thing, because I think I was used to it by then. We still don't do it well in Britain. We try, but we get it wrong, and they're in the wrong places. And there's a lot of great things about being British and about Britain, but the outdoor cafe lifestyle is not one of them.
Perhaps if you survive your suicide attempt, it will change, but who shall see? Okay?
Hi, maybe just a question. Here I am. Hi. How much do you cooperate with local journalists with doing your job, or who do you lean on when you need like local context?
Igor and I know each other quite well.
Besides, yes.
So I do talk. The important thing, though, is there are journalists who take. There are, and I've encountered them as well. I mean, there was one BBC correspondent, one of their network correspondents, when I was in Cambodia, who was absolutely notorious for just being a vampire. He'd want to come in and he'd want to suck all the blood out of your stories, and he'd leave nothing for you. And I got his number very quickly, and I just shut him down after that. I wouldn't have anything to do with him. And when I was in Seoul in South Korea, it turned out they were having the same experience. And I think it's terribly important to try and be as independent as you can, because we're in a position where, yeah, we're not going to know as much as the local people at all, but we can't just go asking. We have to try a bit, for goodness sake, to develop our own contacts, our own networks. And I don't work with fixers generally either, for the same reason. I want that knowledge to be my knowledge. I want it to be earned, and I want those relationships to be built as well, so that when it comes down to it, the relationships with me, not with a local, national journalist in Belgrade or in Pristina or what have you, who's set things up for me. So I've got very friendly relations with journalists in a lot of places, but I try not to take too much from them, and I try to give back, and I try to offer first as well in many situations. Like when we were doing the Djokovic story, we had a colleague from the BBC Serbian network, BBC na Srpskom, who was with us. And when she wasn't around, I was making sure that the interviewees we were doing would do at least one answer in Serbian that she could use for her output, because she was giving to us, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a one-way street. And I think that's desperately important. It's got to be, if it's going to be cooperation, it's got to be a real cooperation.
Okay, if I may add something, it's probably one of the strongest points you have. You build relationships, and as far as I know your history, you're always trying to really nourish and establish and nourish them, and that's for a journalist job. It's essential. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Can I just, in regards to the latest the question before, but how is it from the content point of view? Is the view from the local journalist like a burden for you, because you have probably a different perspective?
Yeah, sure.
On a point.
I mean, I look at the local news sources all the time. I'm sorry I'm saying local. Of course, these are national outlets that I'm talking about here, but I look at that all the time, and I know who's got what views. I mean, I've got lists of which news outlets in Montenegro are pro-Djukanovic and which news outlets are anti-Djukanovic. I mean, I'm not going to get taken by surprise with these things, and it informs my reporting, but it doesn't create my reporting, if you know what I mean. I'm always going to have it matters a lot less to me in a very brutal sense, if you know what I mean. The stakes are lower for me. So if I've got a colleague in Belgrade who's desperately anti-Vucic, I can see his point. I can understand what he means, but I don't feel it viscerally like he does. And it's not my job to come across like that. It's quite interesting. You see at the moment the Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, the invasion by Russia. We had this story with the drone crash in Croatia, and I wrote that up for the BBC website. And I had a Ukrainian colleague who was really trying to influence what and how I wrote what I was writing, and I was pushing back against that, because it's not my job to represent things from that point of view. It isn't. So, does that answer the question?
Apparently, yes. Another question? Adrian?
Guy, after Japan, Cambodia, Serbia, Slovenia, are there any other countries or parts of the world currently on your wish list?
Yeah, it may not be now, but at some point I'd love to go to South America, and that'll be connected with the music. And so I'm a dilettante when it comes to Brazilian music, but I know a fair degree of it. So I'd love to spend some time in Brazil. I'm also a very bad surfer, and one of the reasons I'm a bad surfer is I've never managed to live in a place where I could actually surf every day. So I could do that if I were in Brazil. So Brazil would be good, but I think it would have to wait for a while because we've dragged our children around from Phnom Penh to Belgrade to Ljubljana, and bless them, they still seem relatively normal. So down the line, I wouldn't say no to that at all. There's a lot of the world, isn't there?
And there's a big Japanese community in Brazil.
There is. I used to play table football actually with a second generation Brazilian Japanese guy in a bar in Osaka.
Yeah.
And he was much better than me. I thought I was quite good at table football until I met him. Blimey.
So
I was like the other guy in Pinball Wizard.
Yeah.
I thought I was the Bally Table King, but I've just handed my pinball crown to him.
Oh yes. It's a really good film. And the album of The Who is great. Okay, I think we're running out of time a little bit, but we're Slovenians, so we can add something to it. Any other question? No.
Hooray. I'm off the hook, am I?
We have exhausted everything what we wanted to. Was it anything you wanted to tell us without being asked?
I have written I have a little IKEA desk at home, which has got a little whiteboard on the back of it. And I attempt to organize myself on this. And I wrote something across the top of it a few weeks ago, which is something I always used to say to people. Because I feel that a lot of good things, a lot of serendipity. There's been a lot of serendipity in my life. And I wrote down on this board something which I always used to say, which is, I am a fundamentally lucky person. And it's truly how I feel. I mean, careers in journalism can go lots of different ways. And I know that mine isn't the career that some of my colleagues at 5 Live have ended up with. I mean, there's one of them, a friend of mine from 5 Live, Susanna Reid. She's a national celebrity. She presents the Good Morning Britain show, formerly with Piers Morgan. Bless her. She was on Strictly Come Dancing and so on and so forth. There are people I know that are at that level. But I'm kind of quite happy with the way things have gone. It's been quirky, and I can live with that.
Well, I think we were lucky to have you here, so thank you very much. There was not so much talk about music. Okay, you mentioned that while you were working for Sony, and you mentioned music in regard to Brazil. We could actually do a really special show with you on music. What you actually did, you did in a way for Radio SI the other day.
They actually asked me to do this program called My Life, My Music. And I was slightly mortified because, I didn't want to talk about my life too much. And I thought the best thing I can do is make sure that I have lots of time to talk about the music. So they asked me to choose 8 songs. And the way I decided to do it was 8 musicians or 8 acts that I'd actually had meaningful time with. So that was how I did it. And that was also a good way of eliminating lots of things, which would otherwise have been an impossible choice. But I also want to point out in this year's Emma contest, I actually knew 2 of the people competing. And that's one of the things I like about Slovenia is, you're never going to be too far from someone who's competing to represent Slovenia at Eurovision. And to have 2 of them, Gushti was my upstairs neighbour. Until last year, and Bo Rain is a friend of mine as well. So there we are. That had never happened to me before, to my knowledge, to know people at Eurovision. I would have been very proud had they gone to Turin. So,
well, perhaps next year.
At least they weren't Batista Cadillac.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and of course for opening. Your heart and thoughts to us, and we're really happy to have you here, and being part of the Slovenian journalistic community. We're really proud of having you around. So take care. You go to Belgrade tomorrow.
First thing in the morning.
Safe journey to Belgrade, and then of course back home to Ljubljana.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Guy Deloni, and thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Boys and girls, for being with us. Goodbye. Na svidenje.